Recording in progress.
All right. Welcome to the Village of Cottage Grove Village Board of Trustees meeting on Monday, May 4th, 2026. This is a hybrid meeting taking place virtually online via Zoom, the link is at the top of the agenda, also in person at Village Hall and streamed on our YouTube channel. It's 6:30, so I'll call the meeting to order. We have a quorum and the agenda was properly posted, so we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we're going to move on to the public appearances, public's opportunity to speak. So this portion of the meeting is the opportunity for community members to share comments and concerns, but it's not an open dialogue between yourself and the village board. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes. I'll use the timer on my phone so we don't have to put an official one up. We just ask that everyone respect the rights and viewpoints of others. So we're going to begin with individuals in the room who have submitted a request to speak form and are present, and then we'll open the floor to anyone else in the room and then anyone else on Zoom. If you're on Zoom and you'd like to speak, we ask that you hover over the react button and then use the raise hand feature. So we do have one wish to speak form, Mark Spahos.
Mark Spahos, 242 Chateau Drive here in the village of Cottage Grove. Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak plainly about responsibility, priorities, and trust because right now I don't believe some on this board are honoring any of the three. First, let me start by addressing the proposed study to potentially combine or commingle our fire department with neighboring departments. Let's be honest about what this really is. You're asking taxpayers to fund a study that puts our volunteer fire department on the same path as unionized full-time departments with entirely different cost structures, obligations, and incentives. Now, there is a legitimate conversation to be had about the future of our village as it comes to EMS and fire services. As the village grows, we absolutely need to examine how we can continue to provide premier fire and emergency services and how we will pay for that growth responsibly. But that is a completely different discussion than what's being, I believe, proposed here with this study. Planning for growth is about maintaining excellence while staying fiscally responsible. The study is about, I believe, something entirely different. The commingling of equipment, commingling of funding, and ultimately tying our fire protection not only to our own financial stability as a village, but to the financial stability of other municipalities. This introduces risks that we do not control. Our department is not broken. We're blessed to have the department we have today. It serves this village with dedication, efficiency, and at a fraction of the cost of a unionized fire department. So why are we studying ways to change it? Studies like this are rarely neutral. They create momentum. They justify decisions that some already want to make. And once that train leaves the station, it doesn't come back. If it's not broken, don't study how to fix it because what you're really doing is studying how to replace it. Second, let's talk about fiscal responsibility. The village is carrying, as I've said many times, roughly $48 million in debt, give or take $1 million or $2 million. And yet we are considering purchasing additional property, specifically in TID 9, and this is in despite of the fact that there's already a private developer interested in the same parcel we're looking at buying. Why are we competing with our own developers? Why are we risking taxpayer dollars to play real estate investor when the private sector is willing to step in? TID funds are not a slush fund. They're not a game for experimentation. This isn't Monopoly. These are real dollars, real risk, and real consequences for our village of Cottage Grove taxpayers. And there's a warning sign we should not ignore. Our local school district was just downgraded by Moody's in part due to extraordinary levels of debt. That's not abstract. That affects borrowing costs, taxes, and long-term fiscal responsibility. If this village continues on the same path, taking more and more debt without restraint, we are putting ourselves at risk of facing the very same consequences. This is how it starts, not all at once, but one decision at a time that normalizes more borrowing. Government should not be competing with private investment, it should be encouraging it. Finally, I want to address something more serious than policy. It's consistency and integrity. Last year when I sought appointment to this board, I was told very clearly that letters of support could not be read, even from my own wife. I was told there were legal concerns, that words not spoken directly by the individual somehow created risk for the village. You can review the meeting from last year. It's still on YouTube and shows exactly what I'm stating is the truth. So in the moment, I thought, okay, fine, I accepted it. But since then, on several occasions, we have witnessed multiple meetings where letters and emails were read aloud in support of agenda items by sitting village president with no objection, no warning, no legal concern raised whatsoever. So what changed? The law didn't change. The risk, did that change? What changed was who benefited. And that's the problem. Rules that shift depending on the outcome are not rules, they're tools. And when people start to see that, trust erodes quickly. You cannot ask for public trust while applying standards selectively. So tonight I'm asking for 3 simple things. Stop funding studies that push us toward more expensive systems we don't need. Stop putting taxpayer money at risk by competing with private developers, and start applying rules consistently, no exceptions, no favoritism. Because at the end of the day, this board just doesn't make decisions, it sets the standard. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone else on Zoom? All right, with that, we're going to move on to number 5, discuss and consider the minutes of the village board meeting from April 20th, 2026. Those minutes are linked in the agenda.
Go ahead, Ian. Here's.
I was just going to ask a question
Sure.
first.
Oh, is your microphone?
It says it's on.
What? Switch room.
I could have projected extra louder, but no, that's better. So, do you want to turn yours off? Because it's going to echo. Just a question that I noticed seems different. Didn't we have 6 people at our last meeting? No, we didn't. Who was missing?
Renee
Oh,
was
that's right. Okay, never mind. We're good then.
Then I would make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
All right, motion by Murphy, second by Severson. Any other discussion, questions, or comments on the minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I abstain.
Abstention as well.
Abstention. All right, do you have that, Lisa? All right. We'll move on to presentations to the board. I'll let Matt do an introduction for our first presenter.
Sure. I'd like to welcome Dr. Michael Ford. He's a professor of public administration at UW Oshkosh. Both Inga and I have had the opportunity to hear Dr. Ford speak a couple different times at our state conference for city managers, and really good discussions there. And we learned that he goes around the state and helps, kind of during orientation of new boards to do some discussions on governance and roles and responsibilities, and we welcome the opportunity to come here and do the same. So, thanks for coming. And
Perfect. No, thanks for having me. I know that you have a lot on the agenda tonight, so I'll try to be quick. I guess, who are the new board members? Congrats.
Then we have the one online as well.
Okay, I always joke. I served 4 years on the Oshkosh Common Council, and you might have heard the old joke about, when you buy a boat and sell a boat, those are the 2 best days. It's kind of how I felt about public service. Best days are when you get elected, and the best days when you get to step off the board. That said, I'm on the school board again in Oshkosh, so I just can't quit it. If you want to go to the next slide, just real quickly, as Matt said, I'm a professor of public administration, but I also run the Whitburn Center for Governance and Policy Research at UW Oshkosh, which is an applied research center attached to our Masters of Public Admin program. So basically, working directly with folks just like you all across the state of Wisconsin, and folks like Matt all across the state of Wisconsin. I've been doing presentations like this for several years. Always been a practitioner. You see a list of cities there, cities and villages there, excuse me. Going to be in Lake Mills tomorrow doing a very similar thing. But as I said before, I served 4 years under a city manager. He's actually sitting right there. He was the city manager in Oshkosh at the time. So certainly have some applied experience here. But more importantly, I just want to take a few minutes to learn a little bit about you and how you all see your role, what you're hoping to accomplish during your time on the board. Because really what I'm here to talk about today is how to get the most out of your board service so you're actually getting done what you want to get done. Who wants to start?
And we'll open the floor up, so you can just feel free to talk freely.
Not all at once. I'll start calling on you. Yeah, Heidi.
I've been on the board for a number of years now, so I've had the opportunity to see a lot of different topics that we've talked about and served on many different committees, and, you know, really establishing that kind of framework and overall guidance so the staff has clear direction on what our, you know, overall guidance processes, budget, capital development policies and processes that we want to go through. So that's, you know, over my years on the board,
Yeah.
you know, it's
Yeah,
kind of
policies, given
more
guidance.
general than details.
I like it.
Second.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I was just seconding everything.
Yeah, Paula.
Yeah, Paula Severson. This is actually my second tour of duty on the
Okay.
village board. I was on the board about 14 years ago, 15 I guess now, and reelected last year.
What made you come back?
Great question. I think it kind of ties into what I hope to accomplish, right? So making sure that our community's safe through strong emergency services, wanting to reduce our debt and reduce the burden on taxpayers,
Okay.
and then really enhancing the quality of life for people who live here.
Awesome. Anybody else?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really feel like the next year, I think the theme, at least that I see the theme, is planning. So it's fire and EMS planning, it's comp plan revision, it's our stormwater plan, you know, looking at our bike pedestrian planning, and planning obviously for budget season, so.
How about the new ones? The new members,
Okay.
yeah?
I'll jump in. I just think in addition to what's been said, one of the other elements that I see our role as is planning for the future as well. So a lot of times we can get caught up in the short term. We also need to have that forward-looking vision as well.
Yeah.
Casey, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, I'll echo the forward planning and looking in the future. And I also think, I said this, you know, sort of on the campaign trail, it was my first dip into politics. I see my role as a bridge between, you know, our residents and, you know, our staff and, you know, and workers at the village. It's supposed to be, you know, representative democracy, right? So I want to look at what residents want or need and bring to us and figure out how we can do that with the staff and the resources we have.
Nice. Nobody's saying power and glory. I'm hearing a lot of, or what's your salary? Can I ask that? That's public? No? School board, we make $2,600. So people are always like, you should donate your salary back. I'm like, gladly. If we could solve a fiscal crisis with that, we'd do that in a heartbeat. But no, that's interesting, right? A lot of you mentioned planning. A lot of you mentioned future. And I always ask those questions, not one because I'm a professor and that's I just like asking questions, but early in my career I worked as a lobbyist and I was always struck by the fact that people that are working in public service, they're human beings, they're doing it for a reason. Many of you might be doing it for different reasons or have different specific goals, but bottom line is you want to improve your community and want to have a lasting impact. So how about the next slide? This is the depressing slide because then you're like, it's going to be really hard to do this. Resources are finite, needs are infinite, values are contested. What that means is that most of you will not get everything you want done. What that means is that your community might not be in agreement about what they want to be done, and you're here to sort it all out. And you're doing it in an environment where you have a lot of constrictions. One of the most unsatisfying answers you can give to a constituent about why something is happening or not happening is because, well, the state says, we have no choice, but it's still true. So there's always limits on things that you can control. So I love talking about governance because governance is one of those few things that you really do have direct control over. How you operate as a governing body, how you give advice and direction to your village administrator, how you conduct yourselves in these public positions. So the next slide's about as artistic as I get in that Venn diagram here. But the core of your form of government here, where you have a city administrator that operates as the chief operations officer, and you as the political arm, is that these are separate but connected functions. You engage in the politics. I forget who said it, but someone mentioned the fact that I think it was Casey online, who's virtual to me. And from my point of view, you're looking at the back of my head. I apologize for that. But if you're here to serve as the bridge between the public and the governing entity, the governing body, the village, you need to go through the political process of understanding what they want, building coalitions, trying to get things done so you can give clear direction to your village administrator. But you're not the one here day to day actually managing employees. It's going to be up to Matt to actually get something done. And if Matt can't get something done, it's going to be up to you to figure out why, figure out what accountability means to you, take action, not take action. Again, things you got to figure out. But the key thing to understand is those different role separations. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But I do want to spend a real quick second just talking about, and this is mainly, I think, for the public, something I always encountered when I was serving in Oshkosh, where people would say, how come we're the only city in Wisconsin that has a manager or an administrator? And I said, well, that's not true. People would say, hey, isn't the mayor the one who's supposed to be in charge? We had a mayor in Oshkosh. You might think the village president's in charge. No offense, Cindy. You're in charge of a lot of things, but you don't run the day-to-day of the village of Cottage Grove. I think the most relevant thing here is one that the huge amount of cities and villages in Wisconsin do either have an administrator or a manager, so are based on this premise that we have these large, complex organizations we call municipalities, that we want someone who's trained and has the operational know-how to actually serve as a chief operating officer. So it's very common, but I think the one I want to point attention to, or the data there, is just the size of the municipality. Am I right? Cottage Grove is about 8,800 people? 9,000. See, you're growing. That's exciting. But if you look at the average size of villages that have an administrator, it's 6,901 that have some type of administrator. So you're actually a little larger than that. And while you can look on there and say that the majority of villages don't have an administrator, the overwhelming majority of villages, 306 of the 415, have fewer than 2,000 residents. So they really don't necessarily have the population to justify, and maybe not the financial resources to justify hiring a full-time administrator. But you certainly fit the profile of the type of community that has a professional administrator, especially with the type of growth that you're experiencing here, both economic and population. Next slide, Matt.
Well, can I jump in with a fun fact? That
Yeah,
Paula
please.
was on the board the first time and actually hired Matt.
Really?
Yes.
I know. When Matt told me how long he'd been here, I'm like, that's not right. You don't look that old. Like, how old were you when they hired? He must have been a wunderkind, right? So I know I promised you no more art, but I have to play my game of linkages here. Anybody ever play a game of telephone? I realize you're adults, so you probably haven't recently. But I like to compare governance, board governance in particular, to a giant game of telephone. You're trying to take a message, develop a message, you as a seven individuals as a collective, translate it to the village administrator so that he can translate it to his department heads so that they can implement it. And how does a game of telephone get messed up? Yeah, Paul.
Details get kind of mixed up.
Yeah, details can get jumbled. Yeah, Heidi.
If someone isn't listening or isn't communicating what they heard correctly.
Yeah. So maybe the message
People can
isn't
make
clear at the
assumptions.
beginning. Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Oh, I was just going to say, people can make assumptions.
Yeah, people make assumptions. I think I heard that. I think what they really meant to say was this, right? Making assumptions about others' intent. Sometimes the message isn't clear at the beginning. Sometimes there's background noise. Sometimes you get distracted. Sometimes there's just, that we all had that punk friend who's like, I'm going to make Mike say a dirty word at the end of this, so I'm going to go ahead and screw up this game intentionally. All of these things can occur at once. And it may seem silly, but if you look, again, you look at those linkages up there, everything starts with your group dynamics. Are you able to actually trust one another as a governing group? Are you able to take one another's intent as true? Are you able to feel like you can speak honestly and not withhold something? One of the most unhealthy board behaviors is when somebody feels like they can't talk. So they leave a meeting thinking they're upset. They preserve their right to be outraged and nobody even knows about it. That kind of thing can absolutely sink a governing board. So you get your group dynamics right where you have conflict, but it's productive conflict, not just relationship conflict. Like, I don't like you, you're on the other team, so I'm not working with you. Because then you're not working for your citizens that you represent. But you get that part right, you start to improve the quality of your deliberations, meaning your board meetings have more meaning. You actually start making progress. I think we've all served on boards in some capacity where it feels like we're talking about the same things over and over and over again. That's usually a sign of a deeper problem because you're not having quality deliberations because maybe you haven't gotten that first part right. I don't trust where you're coming from or why you want to do this, so we just keep talking about it and not making progress. But when you get to the point where you're actually able to make progress, then you can give clear guidance to Matt. And that's a hugely powerful thing because, one, it enables him to do his job well, but just as importantly for you as a governing board, it lets you hold him accountable if he doesn't do it well. I mean, that's where your power lies. And I'll talk about it in the next slide a little bit, like a few slides up, but you cede all of your power as a governing board if you're not able to speak as a collective to your village administrator. It doesn't mean you all agree on everything, but it means you understand that rule of 4, that once you get agreement on something among a majority of the governing board, and you can translate that message to your village administrator, you have all the power. You're actually directing things. Then implementation, that's up to you, Matt. You gotta do your job well. And depending on how you do, right, the evaluation piece, then that comes back to a collaborative activity between the two of you. Now, we all know that sounds really interesting, right, and it rarely works that cleanly, but at least the research behind it and some of the applied lessons behind it work on these rules of linkages. So it starts with knowing your role definition. Who does what? So you see a list of things here. I don't mean to insult your intelligence. You probably all know this, but right, the board's in charge of setting goals for the organization. You serve as that bridge between your village government and the people you serve. You're figuring out the size and scope of your government, services to be provided. I mean, we heard the gentleman up here talking about debt, talking about how you want to structure your fire services. I mean, those are all questions that you all have to work through, figure out what your community wants, what you value, and how you want to provide these things. The budget approval process. I'm really boring, and I always tell my wife that budgets are romantic documents, and she's just like, don't say that ever again. But I do think they are. They're the contract between the government and the governed. I mean, that is where you can really see what your community cares about, and you can demonstrate to your community you're putting your resources that are finite into these things. Those are your priorities. You approve legislation, then obviously you evaluate Matt. Admin, managing, hiring, firing, deploying resources, making sure that you're getting the information you need to make the decisions that you need to make, reporting on progress, developing the budgets, implementing policies, etc. And once again, it's not always so clean. There's always going to be those gray areas, but I think you have to begin with a clear understanding that everyone agrees upon. Okay, this is what the board's responsibility is. This is what the administrative responsibilities are. Then you can start mapping out how should we communicate and what do we do when things break down. Because so much of being a high-functioning governing board is being ready to deal with things when it kind of hits the fan. I'm not going to swear in a public forum. But right, most of the stuff's not too complicated. I shouldn't say not too complicated. A lot of things we do in government aren't that controversial, but it's the controversial things where some of these role definitions start to break down and the governance process breaks down. Yeah, next slide, Matt. If you've seen the movie Office Space, I'm a child of the 90s. You think about it, I guess I'm a child of the 80s technically, but I enjoyed the 90s. That's where I came into my own. If you think about it, if you're just 7 individuals trying to give individual guidance to Matt, he's not going to act on it, right? You posting one thing on Facebook or you telling him that I think you need to work on this, that's really not direction. That direction only comes from that rule of 4. So you got to figure out what is your process for giving clear, clean direction to your village administrator. Because a couple things are happening if people are operating, not that you don't operate as individuals, not that you can't suggest something to the village administrator, not that you should, but in terms of official guidance and actually dedicating staff time to something, you need to have a board majority. Because if you don't, you're directing unilaterally the village administrator to do something that's taking power away from all of your colleagues. I don't know how everyone here got on the board, but usually it's the same qualification. You got one more vote than the other person. Or I know you do at-large elections, so as my kids are keen to remind me, they're like, Dad, you've never actually won an election. You always come in second or third. I'm like, yeah, I know, and that's okay. But right, I'm here. So how do you make sure that you're not crossing any lines? It's communication. You know, if you have concerns about something going on in your village, talk to the administrator first. You know, don't go directly to the individual working, line staff. One, that puts them in a very strange situation. How would you like it if you were working at your job and suddenly, one of the CEO's, bosses or board of directors starts asking you questions and telling you to do things? You don't really know what to do. Who's your actual boss here? So you're putting your staff in an awkward situation, but you're also putting your administrator and your colleagues in a difficult situation. When you go do speak, and you're obviously all going to be speaking as individuals, don't represent yourself as speaking on behalf of your local government. You can certainly say, I'm a member of this governing board, this is what I believe in, but you don't want to be out there making official proclamations on behalf of the village as an individual without the village actually having an official position on something. And when in doubt, always bring it up. There's always going to be gray areas, and you're always going to have to find your rhythm about what works for you. But once again, you get that foundational element of being a high-functioning group with a good relationship with your administrator, then you can navigate those gray areas when they arise. Next slide. So what happens when it's not addressed? And I think we have over like 600 graduates of our MPA program, most of them working in local government. So I get a lot of phone calls from graduates that are either working as city managers, administrators, department heads, sometimes as elected officials when things do break down. So a lot of this is based on real things that have occurred in Wisconsin over the last 12 years when I've heard from friends. But the biggest one is board loses power because operations have to continue. If you're not able to give clear guidance to your administrator, he still has to run the city. Fire protection needs to go on. Police protection needs to go on. The garbage needs to get picked up. I assume you guys do it yourself, or do you contract that out? Oh, see, that was a horrible example then. But right, the basic functions of the municipality, of the village, need to continue, and they're going to keep going, but they're going to keep going without your clear guidance and your clear direction. You've essentially ceded all power to the administrator, but you've also given him a really difficult situation, because by definition, he's going to be screwing up in the eyes of some of you if you haven't given clear guidance, because it's just not there. Inefficiency and inaction. If staff are not clear about who to listen to, if the board hasn't given clear action, they're gonna slow roll things. They're not gonna make big decisions, because saying that maybe the board might come in next week at their next meeting and change course because they haven't given clear guidance in here. So one of the most frustrating things when you're serving on a board is when something doesn't get done, but so often it doesn't get done because there's no clear direction given. Board conflict. When negative relationship conflict occurs, a subset of board members can start taking up staff time and not go through the board, and then that just kind of snowballs. People start having hurt feelings and say that, okay, yeah, the administrator's only working with these three or only with these two. We're not all getting equal information. That leads to the next bullet point, where an administrator starts losing credibility if they're acting as the 8th board member and seen as playing politics. So I guess this is a really long way of saying that this dysfunction tends to spiral, and you want to be able to recognize it early and do the foundational work to avoid it. All right, and I mean, moments like this, right? I mean, I appreciate you having me in. One of the things that has frustrated me in Wisconsin, and frankly in other states, is when we do orientations for new board members or new councils, new boards, it tends to be things like Robert's Rules, which is important, but if you butcher that, someone's gonna call you out on it during the meeting. If you're doing something that's blatantly illegal, someone's going to call you out on that during the board meeting. And we have a lot of these trainings set up around the state about how to run for office, but not enough about what do you do when you actually get there on day one. What's the actual work? What does it actually take to get something done in these positions? So I really appreciate you bringing me in to talk briefly about this. I think it's healthy to do this every time you have an election, especially when new people are coming in. As I mentioned, I'm doing it in Lake Mills tomorrow, and I've worked with all kinds of different municipalities, and just getting a nice clear refresher, because as the new folks are going to learn, you're going to have tons of stuff coming at you very, very quickly. So anytime you can have a little bit of a cheat sheet to get kind of the ins and outs of how this governing board functions, that's going to be really helpful for you. Don't weaponize role separation. That's another very unhealthy thing to do. Anything that goes wrong, well, that's the administrator's fault. For the administrator, anytime you get a complaint, well, that's the board's fault. That's a sign that you aren't working cooperatively. You're using each other as convenient scapegoats. Now, don't get me wrong. Operationally, strategically, I understand sometimes the administrator makes the big bucks to be the bad guy, and that's just how it goes. And take some of the arrows, take some of those hits. But when it becomes par for the course, where you're all blaming each other for everything, that's usually a sign of a relationship that's not working. Having clear guidelines for communication. I know, Matt, you said that you have done some work on this. Just making sure that folks know how to contact you, if they want to talk to a department head, making sure they copy you. Again, just making sure that's known to everybody and that the same guidance is given to every board member. So it doesn't even give the hint of appearance that some board members have access that other board members don't. Because again, that's one of those root causes of conflict. If you do get to the point where you want to get really formal with it, I've seen some boards and councils that have a formal manual where they define things like what accountability means and other key concepts, and they actually vote on it as a resolution. But that leaves up to you, right? Unique situations arise, and ultimately, it's not about what works, it's about what works for you. When we talk about governance, there's a lot of search for kind of the holy grail, like what's the perfect model, the perfect way to do it. I've worked with dozens and dozens of municipal governments, and there is no perfect way to do it. There's many different governments doing it very well, and many different governments doing it very poorly for entirely different reasons. There's no structure that's going to save you, because at the end of the day, you're 7 people. They have to figure out a way to translate all of those different values your community members have into some clear message for Matt to move your municipality forward. Not easy to do, but it's the job you signed up for. And if you go to my last ugly graphic, I won't go through this in detail. I just want to show you that all of these things are mutually reinforcing. Performance, legitimacy, trust, stability. Ultimately, you want performance because nothing solves all those other issues like conflict and lack of trust like a municipality that's doing really well. That helps with your trust. That helps with your stability. That makes you feel legitimate, or the community feels like you're a legitimate governing body. That's really important. But the problem is those exact same factors are also the reasons that a governing board can fail, because they also reinforce each other in the negative sense. So once again, getting that foundational steps right, understanding what your role is, how you do it well, how you address things when something goes wrong, that's just hugely important. And once again, it starts by understanding what's your relationship with one another as board members. How do you increase trust with one another? How do you identify those negative conflict types? And how do you build that clear relationship with your administrator? So I think I'm at time here, so I'll shut up, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And I guess my larger point here is if you see my email address and our website there, I'm always happy to help any way I can. If anything comes up that's specific. And not just me, we have all kinds of resources there at UWO and the Whitburn Center and have access to other networks. And always happy to be a resource. And with that, happy to answer any questions or let you get on to the rest of the night. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah.
This kind of kicks off our new board. I know there was a lot of orientation, and then we'll have our mission, vision, values at the next meeting,
Nice.
along with some legal advice. So thank you for kind of kicking off the new season.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to you all, especially the new ones.
Oh, Casey, you've got your hand.
No, I'll just echo the thanks. This is as you said, there's lots of there's more resources about how to get elected, but then not as many about what to do once you get there. And so so things like this and your workshops are really helpful and really important, because it's not just about the election and getting on. It's about the years of service after that. So thank you.
No, thank you, Casey. And anyone who's really a glutton for punishment or is an insomniac, all the research that this work is based on is listed on our website, and you can go read all about that too. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to presentation number 2. We have our state representative, Joan Fitzgerald, here.
Hello, thank you guys for having me here today. I am Representative Joan Fitzgerald. I think I've met most of you before, but I appreciate the opportunity to come back and just give you a little update from what's been going on in Madison. And I think this is a really nice transition from what we just talked about, right? Because communication, transparency, working together, all of that, I think, when I was on the county board, that was one of the things I learned, right? That all levels of government, not just mentioning the people on the board you're on, but all the levels need to also be working together. So we have been off a little bit in Madison for a while. After the holidays, we came back. We had a really busy month and a half there. We met 10 times in January and February and haven't done much since then. I don't control the schedule, but we were done then. There's a few things we'll get to in a minute here. I'll tell you some maybe possible updates, but we got some really, really good things done in Madison that I think the people of Wisconsin should be really happy about. Postpartum Medicaid expansion and Gale's Law were two bills that the women, particularly of Wisconsin, have been advocating for years. It's been on our agenda for 6 years, I think. It's been floating around between the Assembly. The Senate approved it. We finally pushed and pushed and pushed and got that done on like the very last day of session. So really proud that that happened. Those were good bipartisan bills that finally made it to the finish line. The other really good bill we passed right at the end, 2 years ago in the budget, there was $125 million designed to help communities and individual well owners with PFAS remediation. That money sat there for 2 years because we couldn't come to an agreement on how to get it out the door. So we finally did that. Again, almost on the very last day of session, everybody came together. The one good thing about it, and people ask me this a lot, when that money sits there, like, do you invest it, like, so it makes money? And it did. The 125 million became close to 132 million with the interest that we earned. So as that money sits there, it continues to earn interest, and that will just continue to keep going into PFAS remediation. So there are some municipalities that are incredibly thrilled with that finally. The federal budget bill put some responsibilities on the state that we had not had before related to SNAP and Medicare administration. And so we finally got a bill passed to sort of take care of that. So we are now aligned with what we need to with the federal government, which is good news. And one thing, I was a high school teacher, so I always like things that are good for kids and good for teens. There was a task force that came up with some really good internet bills for internet crimes against children, some of those bills, extra staff, education, some more resources, upping those penalties. So I thought those were all really good bills that we were able to get through. At the end of session, I think Governor Evers probably signed, 40 bills into law, also vetoed a bunch of bills, but there was just a flurry of activity right at the end. Some veterans bills, a housing package, just a whole variety of stuff. So if there's like a particular thing you're curious about, we can kind of delve into the specifics of all those bills, but there were just a lot of really, really good stuff. Unfortunately, we ended the session with some things left on the table. We did not come to any agreement on Knowles Nelson stewardship. That program is effectively done at this point, which I think is a real shame for the state of Wisconsin. It was an incredibly popular program, and we just could not come to any agreement on that. We left data center regulation on the table. Again, there were bills out there that I thought were pretty good, thought we were going to come to some agreement. Nothing came of that either. I think people are a little disappointed that that didn't happen. I'm particularly disappointed that not yet we haven't come to any agreement on how to use some of our budget surplus to fund public schools. That's left on the table for me that I am hoping we can still come to some agreement on that. In my mind, funding our public schools is directly related to property tax relief, which is what we hear from people all the time. I'm sure you guys are well aware, right? The more state aid we get, the lower the tax burden is on property taxes. So that is still something that's out there. If you follow the news, the Republican leadership is possibly still negotiating with Governor Evers. We don't know where that's at, but there might still be something coming related to that. There is a $2 billion budget surplus. Unfortunately, though, that's a budget surplus that we don't really, it's not like extra money, right? We have all these bills we still have to pay, and in my mind, things we have not funded that we should have funded with that. So I think we have to be really careful with what we do with a budget surplus. One of the other things that was just brought up, and many of you did, right, is that forward thinking. What do we want to be able to fund in the future? It's like having a savings account at your house, right? You can blow it all on the trip to Disney World this year, or maybe you need to save it because you have house repairs coming up or something else you need to have done, right? So I think that's where the state is. We have this money and we want to make sure we're spending it in the best possible way, and be as conscious as we can of taxpayers' money. So budget surplus, pay attention to that. We'll see what happens. And then the other thing, maybe if you've been following the news, Governor Evers did call us all in for a special session to talk about gerrymandering. He proposed a constitutional amendment that would ban political gerrymandering. We have yet to actually meet to talk about that. If you follow politics at all, you kind of know how special sessions go when Governor Evers calls them and the Republicans are in charge. There's not a lot of agreement that we should be having those conversations. So we have not met to talk about that yet. So if you've heard about that in the news, that's still out there. We haven't officially ended the conversation, which means we could come back and talk about that a little bit. I think people in the state would like us to do something about gerrymandering and make sure that doesn't happen. We have a huge support to have those conversations. So I certainly hope we do that in the future. So we'll see what happens over the next couple months. We've got lots of opportunities to still do some things. But like I said, some things I think are probably dead at this point. I am always happy to answer any questions or look up a specific bill if you want any extra information about any of that. Happy to answer questions, which is why we decided to put me on the agenda today instead of public comment. So if you wanted to react or share something, also happy just to take back comments. If there's something you think should be in the state budget, something that's underfunded, something you want, happy to hear all of that from you guys.
Open it up to anyone with comments. Go ahead, JP.
Again, thank you for coming and providing those updates. Yeah, I know you kind of alluded to this with your updates regarding the budget surplus, how that particular schools is one of the main points of conversation. But I also have known over time that lots of other things have been discussed, including a mix of schools, property tax relief, and potentially aid to local municipalities in there. As far as you're aware, and I understand you're not part of those conversations at the moment, are any of those things still being discussed or potential as part of the funding for that budget surplus?
My understanding is funding for public schools is something that's being talked about. Funding for municipalities, unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of traction for that at this point. I think it's a need, and I hear from people all the time about increased funding to municipalities, which would also reduce property taxes for people. But I would say in general, overall in the session, there's been very little kind of political will to do that. Not on my side, by the way. Like, I am all for that. I have proposed an amendment that would send more money back to municipalities when we had the budget surplus, and it didn't go anywhere. But I hear you, and I hear that from everybody.
If not more money, just a exemption on levy limits for public safety, for example, would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
Go ahead, Paula.
In terms of budget surplus, I know one of the things that you mentioned veterans package, and so anything that you can do more for our veterans. For instance, there's a gap where the VA doesn't cover dental costs for veterans, and there's a local nonprofit started here out of Madison called Objective Veteran Smile to help kind of fill that gap. But that would be one thing, for instance, that we could really do for our Wisconsin veterans in providing them dental care. So that's just a thought.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I think we have a fair amount of people who have either served and retired from the military or in the National Guard right now that are in the assembly. So I think those conversations keep happening, but that's a good one to keep in mind. I had not heard that, so that's great.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys. And as I said, feel free to contact me whenever you have a question. Always available to help.
All right, so we're going to switch gears a little bit and move on to the Baker Tilly presentation regarding our 2025 audited financial statements. Cameron, I don't know if you have any intro statements, otherwise just turn it right over to Amanda.
I have no intro statements.
Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here on such an educational night. This has been great. So we'll talk about finances now. So my name's Amanda Blomberg. I'm a managing director at Baker Tilly. Been working on the village's audit for quite a while now. In your packets, you have some financial statements. You have an audit results letter. The financial statements are prepared by village staff. We put an opinion on that. The opinion was an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. Basically means what's in there we believe to be accurate. The audit results letter is something that we produce. It kind of talks about a bunch of different things, including, internal control, other communications that are required by auditing standards to go to the governing body. So there's a bunch of different things in there. What I would like to point out in that audit results letter, I believe this is the first year that there has not been any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported in internal controls. Basically, the village staff has gotten to a point where internal controls and processes and procedures can be adequately segregated, which helps in maintaining the integrity of the data and the information that is in the accounting system. So that's all really good. And then you see that in the financial information that you get, whether it's the financial statements on an annual basis or in the, regular reports that you get from the staff. So that's really good news. The other thing that I want to talk about are the graphs package. So the financial statements are long. There's a lot of information in them, so we try to boil it down to what we think is helpful for you, kind of to assess where are we as far as, the village finances go. You've probably already heard some of this from your staff, but this is just kind of some highlighted information. The first thing we'll talk about will be the general fund and the fund balance, and feel free to jump in with any questions as we go along here, but I'll try to keep this fairly brief. The general fund is the main operating fund of the village, so it's kind of gets a lot of attention. A lot of the tax levy goes there, and the fund balance is essentially the equity. So take our assets minus our liabilities, what's left over. So that fund balance gets a lot of attention in the general fund, and based on the information and the results back in 2025, the fund balance of the general fund in total increased about $138,000. So we had a little bit of a net income there. That fund balance is divided into a number of categories that you'll see in this chart here. So starting at the top is a total. It shows that increase of $138,000. Then we go kind of in order of liquidity. So I'm actually going to start at the bottom and work back up. The non-spendable is really reserves or our equity that's tied up. We can't access it. It's tied up in either long-term type receivables or an asset maybe we already paid for. If we made an advance payment on insurance for the next year or something like that. The non-spendable went down about $75,000, which was a result of some of the TIF advances getting paid off. So sometimes when the TIDs are running a little short on money, the general fund will float some money over there. Those have been repaid. I believe it was 8 and 10, the TIDs that pay that off. What happens then is that money gets freed up and it can drop into a different line, like the unassigned line. Moving up that chart, you'll see that assigned line stayed relatively similar to the prior year, increased just a little bit, which is just, it moves along with what the water utility pays over to the village in the form of that payment in lieu of tax. So that kind of moves along with that. But then everything else falls down into that unassigned category, and that represents the reserves that are really just free and available to be used for anything in the future. Let's see here. We'll skip to the next page. And this shows the fund balance as a percentage of your annual expenditures. So in this case, it's budgeted expenditures for 2025. So if we take that assigned and the unassigned portions that we saw on the previous page and we compare that to your annual expenditure budget for the general fund, we get this percentage or this ratio. And what that means is that we have at the end of 25, for example, we're sitting at about 35%. That means with our reserves on hand that are available for us to use, we can get through about 35% of our year. So about 4 months of our year with what we have on hand. The village has a policy as far as where we kind of want that to fall, and that is between 20 and 30%. You see it's kind of bumped up a little bit above there and come back down, and so that'll kind of fluctuate over time, as those reserves are used for something or applied to something specific. But good news is that that's a healthy place to be. The minimum, the minimum recommendation is down to like 16, 17%, which represents about 2 months. You have about double that, which I think is really comfortable place to be, gives you some flexibility on how you might fund certain things going forward. Any questions on the fund balance so far?
So the 16% too is a national average. And so just a key point to point out there is obviously in a state that's heavily property tax based, we don't receive all of our intergovernmental aid or property taxes uniformly throughout the year. So that's why Wisconsin municipalities tend to be on the higher side of that. In addition, last year kind of artificially decreased with the budgeted increase required for the expense related to the Amazon permit. So we had a one-time revenue, one-time expensed, artificially drove down the percentage. With that not included, we were sitting about 33%. So just kind of keeping in mind, if you also look at this chart too, S&P kind of indicates, we're above our policy, but nominally below higher rated peers. This is where we kind of fight that balance of having enough fund balance to weather the storm in between revenue collections, but also not having too much revenues where we're essentially taking tax dollars out of residents' hand. There is going to be a recommended policy revision, hopefully some point this year, that will likely increase the recommended percentage, but we'll get some board feedback throughout that process. But I'm very comfortable right now at that 35%.
All right, any questions?
I just have a comment. And thank you for answering questions, and correct me if my interpretation is wrong. So when we're discussing the debt service spike, so the debt service is roughly about 28% of the non-capital expenditures, if I figure that correctly. If I'm wrong, please let me know. And I noted to Amanda that the benchmark median is between 14 and 17%. So translation meaning that we're spending about double on the typical share of debt, and so is that more structural pressure? So if you could speak to that, and I guess my concern to further question would be if how this leads to overall budget strain, delayed maintenance, and other tax increases.
Yeah, I would say, I think there's a couple of things in play here, but the debt has an effect on what you can levy. So there's definitely some adjustments that go there. I'm not a complete expert in that area, but knowing that, your debt obligations are factored into what you can or cannot levy, might help in that situation. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that I think you might be on a subsequent page as far as the debt spike. I think what's important to remember is that those median numbers are kind of like, this is the middle, this is not an average necessarily, but it's kind of where that middle municipality fell within that population range. So they are a little bit lower. The village has a lot of active TIF districts, a lot of, development going on where debt is issued, debt is then repaid by those TIF districts. So that principal and interest gets factored in to these numbers as an overall, ratio. So it may look kind of high sometimes, and it might be just that's the way the debt was structured for a specific TIF district, or we know we have this revenue coming in, so we're going to pay a little bit more during certain years. But I would say a lot of the clients that I have worked with that do have a lot of development do tend to be on that higher side as it relates to that specific ratio.
Thank you for that. And my concerns were just, you addressed them, were the budget strain, delayed maintenance, and tax increases.
Yeah, if, kind of related to that, if we jump into the page 3 here for general obligation debt, I think this is kind of goes hand in hand with the other topic we were talking about, like, well, how much are we paying compared to our annual expenditures? Well, when we look at what, how much debt we have outstanding as far as general obligation debt goes, there is a limit as to how much you can issue. It's 5% of your equalized value. So this chart is actually really nice and helpful in that black line represents, well, this is our limit. This is how much we could issue. No one recommends you go up to that limit, but 50% is pretty standard. I mean, no one really bats an eye if you're under 50%. So you'll see at the end of 25, you're at 41%. That's because your equalized value keeps going up over with all of the development. Therefore, it opens up additional capacity to issue more general obligation debt to fund those types of projects. The red line is the actual amount of GO debt outstanding, and that actually went down a little bit since last year. So we paid more than we issued. So you see that spike in what we paid on the subsequent page, but that kept the debt actually, kind of even compared to last year, because there was an issuance of GO debt as well in 25. So it's just kind of that balance, just getting the right mix of, what are we going to pay for with funds on hand, with reserves, and what are we going to issue debt for to kind of smooth all of that out. The GO debt just most of it is owed by the village. A lot of it is owed by the TIFs. I don't have specific numbers on that, but just, with the active TIF districts out there, the utility owes some of it as well, about $3 million according, to this table here. So just know that a lot of the debt that is getting repaid as far as GO debt goes is not necessarily a burden on the tax levy either. So the TIF increments are paying it, the utilities paying a portion of it too.
And can you clarify too that utilities just generally don't fix the general fund, if you will, the general fund problems?
Right. The utilities are meant to be, their own little businesses. So they charge a rate that's supposed to cover their costs and, their infrastructure improvement. So we need to put in new pipe or replace something. The user fees are supposed to be able to cover that. Correct. The PSC would not probably like it if you used water funding or water money, to use it for the municipality. Great questions. All right, we kind of already talked about page 4. That was the percentage of principal and interest payment compared to, the non-capital expenditures and kind of, some ups and downs there, just again, depending on, how the debt is structured or if there's any prepayments or so forth. Any other questions on the debt before we move on to utility results? Okay. Let's go to the water utility. So as I mentioned, the PSC regulates the water utility, which means that we're trying to make enough money, to cover our costs and our future improvements. So that's what your rate of return is. And so you have a goal of making about 6.6% rate of return. That's your revenues essentially that you make from user charges divided by your plant that's out there. What is the cost of all the assets we have in the ground, the pumps, the stations, all of that stuff that make the water flow. And so the actual rate of return from last year and into this year was about 5.74 up to 6.24. So getting close to that 6.6%. So I think that's fairly, that's positive. If you look at the operating result graph right below, you'll kind of see, well, your revenues are in blue, your expenses are in black. Obviously, we want a gap there so that we're making some money that we can then be using for future improvements at some point. So you can kind of tell, I'd be willing to bet that back in 23, that rate of return was not so high. So we were probably closer, to 2 or 3% just based on what this graph looks like, because those, we didn't have quite the operating income that we had these last couple of years.
I do just want to point out on this chart specifically, so why you kind of see the dramatic increase from the 5.74% to the 6.24%. We implemented that rate after the first quarter in 2024, so we weren't anticipating to realize that full rate of return of the 6.5 authorized rate, whereas in 2025 we had the rates effective for the entire year. So that's why we're much closer to that 6.24%. In addition, with the way that the PSC calculates rates, a big factor on why it wasn't closer to that 6.5% was the massive upgrade to our SCADA system, both on the water and sewer side. So obviously, if we add more assets and don't adjust our rates, that's going to create a smaller rate of return. Through the budget process this year, the board or the Utility Commission has indicated that they would like us to go out for another rate study following the completion or start of Well 2 project and Gas and Road project. And that will just make sure that we have sufficient revenues to cover the rate recapture on those 2 projects.
All right. There's a couple other figures on this page talking about unrestricted reserves. So basically, how much cash do we have? Kind of like the fund balance analysis that we looked at earlier for the general fund. This is kind of what we're doing for the utilities, where we see, well, how much cash is available to us and how does that compare to the revenues that we collect on a regular basis. So you have about 10 months of revenue on hand based on what you would collect over the course of that 10 months. Generally you want to have, I think, I guess billing cycles can differ, but, anywhere from 3 to 6 months is definitely appropriate. So you're well over that. The next figure is the investment in capital. So this tells us how much of our plant for utility, our pipes in the ground, our wells and all of that, how much do we own versus owe on those. And so you're at 81% equity, which means that there's, debt outstanding for about 19% of those at this time. 50-50 is a great place to be. So again, you're well over that, kind of that benchmark.
Why we see that number, that months on hand a little bit higher at the 10.21. We have principal payments due in March 1st and April 1st. So typically what we're looking for is about 3 months of operating cash plus principal of debt service is kind of our target at the utility level, just to make sure if for some reason there were we weren't able to bill for 2 months for whatever reason, we would have enough funds on hand to make sure we were continuing to meet our obligations.
Can I just ask a quick question on that? So, the bar where it says equity 81%, debt 19%, is there an equivalent for the general obligation? And if so, what's the percentage of that? Because I would be curious to know what that is.
Do you have a response?
It's about the same. We have a tremendous amount of contributed capital in the village. So typically when a developer comes in, we ask the developer to do a public improvement. So obviously we didn't pay for it, but it gets included in that equity portion of that graph. I can get that sent out. I don't have it calculated, but yeah, I think the last time I looked at it is around 75%.
That'd be great if you can send it to us. Thank you.
All right. Final page, we'll jump into the sewer utility. So we're looking at things very similarly as the water utility, with the exception that the PSC does not regulate the sewer utility. So here we're looking at operating results, and they tend to be a little bit more focused on cash flow, making sure that there's enough cash to, again, pay the operating costs as well as the debt that's coming up, and then, determining how we're going to fund improvements. So in this case, a lot of the expenses for the sewer utility are payments to MMSD. So a lot of that is out of your control. You kind of have to pay what they bill you. And so, just trying to keep up on, those rates to make sure that you're, again, meeting those obligations as appropriate. So those numbers have been a little bit closer together over the years. So something to consider as you're looking through and making sure that, okay, what are our future plans for the sewer? Are we generating enough income via our rates to pay for that?
So as we're looking kind of at those lines, I mentioned at a previous board meeting, so the barrier system at Hydrite was down for roughly 4 months. So we budgeted a 10% increase in our utility rates as of January 1 of 2025. So if we would have collected revenue for all those months that system was offline, that gap would be much more significant. We're currently right now targeting about roughly a 2% rate of return on our sewer assets that are in the ground, but that is being proactively managed. And again, with Representative Fitzgerald here today, one of the things that we've also been advocating is just making sure the Clean Water and Safe Water Drinking Loan Program is fully funded. While we typically don't qualify for those programs, Madison Metropolitan Sewer District is, and that could have significant costs for us as a village, because they obviously have to pass those capital costs on to us. So please, please, please reach out to them, because they're probably getting sick of hearing from me, because that's the difference between, if you look at our kind of our debt profile, some of those loans are 1.6%, 2%, and right now we're issuing debt between 4 and 5%. So that makes a huge difference, especially when you're talking about $100+ million projects.
All right, the last couple of figures here, looking at the unrestricted reserves. Again, we're the sewer utilities at just about 10.5 months. That went down from the prior years. I think there was a planned usage of cash on some of the projects that occurred in 2025. And then when we look at the investment in capital, we're sitting really close to where the water utility is, where 83% of that is, owned, there's no debt on it, where 17% does. And the sewer is very similar to water utility, where there's a lot of contributed assets there too from developers. So that kind of explains why it's so high. All right, that's all I had. Any questions?
I just have, maybe questions, comments. So obviously the village is growing at a super fast rate and pace, and I'm interpreting too that that financing growth with debt to some extent, a big extent, and we're not yet seeing revenue that offsets the debt. So growth really is not paying for itself at the moment. So I guess a question would be, which developments are we expected to see offset this debt?
Well, there's always a bit of a delay, when a project, is finished, a new business comes in, by the time they get on the tax roll, they could have been operating for, a year or 6 months or something like that. So there's a little bit of a delay there. The TIF districts, as they are getting developed, and that tax or those property taxes go up, they stay within that TIF district until it closes. And then, once it closes, all of that property goes back on the general tax roll. So that's where a lot of it's getting held right now to pay for the debt and the improvements that go in there, for each of those developments.
Yeah, just to kind of feed off of that. So TID 5, TID 7, and TID 9 have been able to completely pay for their debt service related to the projects. Unfortunately, TID 6 has not. So there's been a couple memos, and there'll be another memo towards the end of this year on kind of that biennial forgiveness for the debt. So basically, what happened in that instance is it was kind of a build the infrastructure first, and that development income. There hasn't been development like that we haven't tied to some type of guarantee to make sure we could pay those payments in some time. So with TID District number 5 closing this year, we are still anticipating that roughly $1,300 decrease related to the growth. And that's even with the debt service added with the police station. So it's still looking pretty solid. I'll know a little bit more how the revaluation affects the distribution between commercial and residential. As I've mentioned before, I think I've seen in other communities, residential is appreciating at a much faster pace than commercial. So again, but we'll see how that shakes out.
And it's just a waiting game in the TIF districts. Like wait for 20 years for TID 5 to close, and then there's $1,300 of relief there. When TID 10 closes, where Amazon is, and with just a couple more projects, you'll likely see double that relief. So it just takes some time.
Yeah, so if we, TID 5 is roughly 20, you're talking about gross cost savings, if you're not talking about the police station at all, you're talking about $2,200 on the average tax bill. So if you average that, divided by 20, that's about what your cost savings per year, but unfortunately it can't be realized until the closure.
Go ahead,
So hopefully
Casey.
that's helpful.
Well, Matt, you and Cameron went on to clarify, but yeah, I wanted to get that clear so that TID 5, as an example, is providing tax relief next year, even though the police station project is adding a large amount of debt. It's still providing so much revenue with that closure that it is still lowering taxes despite the large amount for the project, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So,
okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that for everybody. Yeah. Thanks.
yeah, and to add to that, we're talking about a district that's also giving the school district roughly $1.8 million, paying $600,000 towards the police station. I don't know what the county and tech college portions are. So that's really the goal. We obviously don't want to keep the district open longer than it's required to recover the cost. Actually, by state law, we're required to close the district once it's recovered the cost of the district. So those are when we start managing TID 8, 9, and 10 to make sure when we hit that and there's no other opportunities that we close those districts as soon as possible.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I think it seems that it's an accomplishment that no material weaknesses, our internal controls have improved, and I think that is a reflection of the board prioritizing, staff having the resources to make those improvements. So I commend the staff on that. So further kind of on that line, what as a board can we do to help support a clean audit process and continue to do that? I guess staff and administration are, what are they doing well that we should recognize and make sure to continue?
Yeah, a lot of, yeah, there's a lot in there. The audit is really focused on the financial aspects. We're really focused on, the accounting software and the controls over the information going in and out of there. So, I'm sure there's a lot of other great things happening, that we don't really touch on a regular basis as part of the audit. But I would say, just, keeping enough staff, having capable staff of, knowing what to do that has a good background in the accounting, world and understanding, what the impacts are of every decision that is made by you guys. And, knowing that every time you do something, there's some accounting impact, and what does that mean? And what rules do we have to follow as a result? Or how does that look in your financial statements? How does that affect your results and your fund balance and all of that? So just kind of, working with finance to understand all of that, that every decision kind of has an impact like that. And I think that's how you can best kind of manage what your expectations are and how that then ends up in your results in the end, and which is subject to, your bond raters and, the public and everything.
So getting, from my side, getting good quality information from people we work with. So whether that be Ellers, whether that be departments, we kind of hold a pretty high standard for information that's getting to us. And obviously everybody has a part into it. We also, on our side, do a lot of, for lack of better terms, if I get hit by a bus, can you survive, without me, and making sure that, all key processes, a secondary backup can do it without any warning. So there might be a time when I'm like, all right, Cassie, you're not doing payroll this week. Sarah, it's your turn to do that. And I think that's important too, to have some unpredictability in that. From a governance perspective, a detailed review of the bills listing is where this body can come in and asking good questions. How has it been appropriated? And just making sure you're getting involved, because as Amanda has said, her role it's not a forensic audit. They're not trying to identify fraud. Their role and responsibility is just make sure that our financial statements are free of material misstatement. So making sure if something doesn't make sense, or there's board action that doesn't make sense, making sure you're asking the questions and never being afraid to voice, your opinion, just to make sure everybody gets answers.
Any final comments or questions?
Thank you, Amanda.
All right, thank you, Amanda. All right, unfinished business. We have discussed and consider Cottage Grove Fire Department training at 612 North Main Street. There's a presentation linked in the agenda, and we have our representatives here to give us a run through on National Firefighters Day. So.
All right, well, good evening. My name is Lance Severson. I'm one of the assistant chiefs with the fire department in Cottage Grove. Yeah, we're here to talk about, wow, touchy. We're here to talk about the 612 North Main Street. There is a presentation. I don't know if it's up.
Yep, we'll get it.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, hold on one second.
First off, thanks, Lance, for coming in. So I met April and team over at 612 North Main to kind of investigate what they could use the property for, what other opportunities could they possibly use the space for. So kind of as the process, or what current guidance is whenever there's a training opportunity, reaching out to our public safety providers to see how they can utilize that space for future training opportunities. So I appreciate all the time and effort that goes into putting the presentation and a plan together. As a reminder, like we're just really looking for feedback here. So if you have questions on the timeline and other expectations, please, this is the time to make sure that we're communicating what those expectations are so we can deliver.
Okay. That's okay. Oh, darn. Excellent. So I don't like PowerPoints. I actually hate death by PowerPoint. I teach a lot with PowerPoints, so I get tired of them. I hate making them. I like talking to people. I'd rather talk anyways. And this feels really uncomfortable for me for whatever reason. The mic, not talking to you. Okay, so our goals with the fire department, we try and train and provide the best services that we can for you guys. So our mission statement is up on the board there, and we do train to that standard. We'll risk everything we can to save a savable life, savable property, risk nothing for the environment. If you don't know what the environment it is, it's everything else. So we train so we can provide the best services to everybody in our districts. We serve the village and the town of Cottage Grove, as well as the town, portion of the town of Pleasant Springs. So we train to make sure we got qualified people to provide services for that. Training uses for 612. If you don't know what 612 is, that's the old Chase Lumber building, which is now New Tech, all those brown fancy steel buildings, minus the really big one on Cottage Grove Road. So we're looking at using for like municipal water movement, wide area searches, difficult rescues, hazardous materials or hazmat responses, and rapid intervention teams. Municipal water movement is what it sounds like. It's in the village. We use hydrant areas. We lay out our large diameter hoses, connect to the hydrant, and flow water. Practice deploying hoses in a timely fashion. We try and set a record of time, but takes a little bit of refresher sometimes. So, but that would have, because it's off of the main roads, we don't have to use roadways, anything like that. We usually send out a Facebook blast when we do this so people don't get concerned, because we usually go to some of our members' houses and use their houses as training props for the day, or we'll go down to dead end roads like in the industrial park and use hydrants down there. But there's plenty of opportunity to do it off the roadway there. So search and rescue, wide area search, with the inception of big open areas of searching. That building provides a great training tool for open areas and developing new search techniques and reinforcing others. With the addition of the Amazon building, that's also going to be a very large footprint that could have a very open concept, or if you haven't walked through it, it's a very open concept. So by training these wide area searches or using a different type of search technique than we normally do, it would give us that opportunity to use a building that's vacant, and then we can also add different things in there like shelving and people, other things of that nature. Difficult rescues. If you haven't been inside, there's definitely some areas in attic space that we can rescue people out of using ladders, ropes, and stuff like that, as well as other types of entrapments or medical issues, because as we know, people work in construction high up on different areas. We can use some of those facilities to simulate or assist in rescue off of a higher or elevated platform. As far as like a hazardous material response, we were talking about not actually like having a hazardous material there. I want to be clear on that. It would be a prop inside of like a storage unit or something like that. Identifying placards so we know, making our staff use the emergency response guides, setting zones based on what they read and what they see, and then going from there and responses and our response to that and how to mitigate it. Come on. And then, so if you haven't seen a rapid intervention team, it's exactly what it sounds. It's a team of our firefighters that go in and rescue downed firefighters. It's one of those other things where we can do search and rescue again from this, and we talked about opening this up to other municipalities to allow them to train in here, because we have the ability to modify certain things inside and add floors or add walls, because it is such an open concept that we can make it a fun training environment and a challenging training environment. With the other house that we had at 101 East Cottage Grove Road, we definitely made that challenging to our staff. If you didn't come in and see it, I had fun with it. I made them drag me out. So, and I didn't get hurt. So no, it was a good time. They learned a lot, and it's a definite good opportunity for people to take a look at themselves and see what their capabilities actually are. So as far as if there's any like structural damage, it's going to be limited in scope. If there is, it will be to the walls on the inside. We're not predicting any exterior damage, just because it's all steel, and we would have to basically practice cutting all that stuff. And we don't want to do that because that's not what we're going to use it for for the most part anyways. So it would be pretty much just breaching through drywall again, teaching how to do wall breaches or opening up a wall to do a rescue through. So it'll all be on the inside. And if there's any door damage, it would again be from teaching forcible entry or just how to open a door. So with that, I'll open up any questions. In your packets, this is my email address, and one of my subordinates, Justin Listico, he's one of our captains. He provides training also. He's actually our training officer. I just get to oversee, and I get to do all the presentations because he doesn't like to talk. So if you guys have any questions, or if you want to email me anything or concerns, if you have anything, by all means, please, I'm here for questions. If you want to email me, or you guys, I do open it up to you guys coming down to our trainings. We train on the 3rd and 4th Tuesdays of every month, minus June. That's a little bit busy for us. So,
can you talk a little bit about the timeline for use of the structures?
We are open to whenever. We're just looking to get in. If we can get in there, we will. It'll be probably next month at the earliest is when we start our water movement drills.
So knowing that there's no rush for us to demolish the building, what is kind of a maximum timeline that you guys would be looking for? So like, let's say if you can be in the property until February of next year, would you guys be able to utilize it for the full time, or do you have a recommendation for how long you guys could utilize the property?
We can stretch and add trainings as needed. We're pretty flexible in how we delegate our timelines. And if we have a building, we will use the building as much as we can. So if we have till February, we will use it until February. And obviously, if we want to do cooperative training in some way, shape, or form, obviously everybody's going to be invited in that. So.
Yeah, just with restoration, I think one of the things that we learned on the corner property is we would likely not try to demolish the property before the end of the year. So that just gives us a little bit more of a runway for training opportunities. So we would want to make sure when we demolish it, we're able to restore it fairly quickly. So that's good to know. Also, I just want the board to be aware there is loose wood and lumber and drywall and things in there. So assuming we would go forward with this project, we would be giving the fire department full authority to use whatever wood and other things that they can use in their training props. Obviously we have no use for it because it's going to be torn down, but I just want to make sure it's crystal clear. And if there's any board members that have any concerns with that, now would be the time to voice that.
So along the lines of that, then if we're seeking that, we also would like to ask if we could also take some of the structural steel on the outside for training purposes, because we do have a lot of steel roofs showing up in the neighborhoods. And that would be one thing to cut and save costs for people, and especially our taxpayers, is if we can repurpose that instead of it ending up in the landfill and use it for training, that would be beneficial as well. But again, that would be right before you guys tear it down. We would reclaim that, not until that point, if that would be
Yeah, I'm
agreeable.
seeing nodding heads, so that's fine. JP?
I know you mentioned this during the rapid response team portion, but just to be clear, you, and I really do appreciate how you all have been leader in during the trainings in this area. And I anticipate that, again, you said you would be interested in opening it up for other municipalities. Would you be doing that for just the rapid response team, or would you be doing these trainings for any and all municipalities based off of the needs trainings that you're being offering in there?
That was more geared for the rapid intervention teams, because a lot of our neighboring agencies like Marshall, Deerfield, McFarland, Stoughton, they all look to train at that, but sometimes they don't have the best, like, I don't want to say people involved in there. To give you a little bit of a history, our department was one of the first trained rapid intervention teams other than the city of Madison. I'll just point that out. But we would literally get called just for that purpose to go to mutual aid departments for rapid intervention teams. So I think we're opening it up to help train others. So I get all the knowledge I have up here to somebody else. As far as other topics, yes, we do sometimes open it up to other, but we want to make sure that our staff gets the brunt of the training first, and then we open it up after that. Did that answer your question? Okay.
No. Before we move on that, do they have their own insurance for staff during training if it's on our location? If it's not, like, are we gonna have some kind of like contract to do this, or like how does that work?
There will
legally?
be, we do have a contract form that we had with 101. We all have the same, similar, but I'll have a little bit different language, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is what we were talking about. If we do open up to other agencies, it's not gonna fall, it shouldn't, I'll say this in my only no, is it should fall on that municipality. It's not, we're like hosting this, it'll fall to their workmen. If somebody's injured, which we are very, to be clear, we're very cautious not to injure people, and we actually take the steps to provide enough safe training to people not get hurt.
Yeah, I observed some of the training at 101, and I was very impressed with, I don't know how in depth it seemed from my outsider perspective, it was what seemed to be very good training. So I think very beneficial for the staff.
Thank you. And like I said, I do encourage you guys to show up if you want, and if you have questions or if you want to have more questions, shoot me an email or get a hold of me. They know how to get a hold of me as well. So with that.
So my only ask is if the board approves this today, that we'll be getting just to help with the communication, that we'll be getting a tentative schedule for when you're going to be on site. In addition, if for some reason you need any other resources like lane closure or something, which it doesn't sound like that will be happen, that we're letting know. And then I know last year we were interested in how do people become volunteers? And so if there's any material like that you want help pushed out as part of those communication efforts, just making sure Inga has the updated communication.
Will do. Yes, we're always looking for people, or you can apply on our website. And you can even go to the Facebook page and just go from there.
Did we arrive on an end date, or is it going to be kind of like a flexible end date?
I will leave that to you.
I would be fine to have a flexible end date with enough notice of some sorts. And that gives you, if we push this out and you use it for an entire year, then so be it, or however that works. But I don't want to commit to something tonight and then have it sit not used.
The only question I would have is Cameron's point about not doing demolition with restoration at the end of the year. So if we need to add that caveat into whatever motion we do for that.
I have a question. First of all, thank you and all of our volunteer firefighters. I truly have no idea what you all do, but greatly appreciate it. And another question I have is, well, that wasn't a question, statement, sorry. What services are available to firefighters when there has been an actual event, and you all are human beings too? So I'm asking, like, what kind of support, mental health support do you all have when there has been a significant fire or accident?
So we actually have a contracted agency that's called the Employee Assistance Program through the state. They come out when we ask them to, or whenever there's a tragic event or a significant event. We also have staff that is trained into the peer support roles. They've gone to trainings, they've gone to conferences on how to do this, how to recognize certain things. I have 2 different EAPs that I have available to me from my normal daily work to the fire department. I actually just met with my other works chaplain today. They were doing their EAP check-in just to see how things are going. And they know our chaplain that we have on the fire service very well and speak very highly of him. He comes to all of our, generally our first meeting of the month is our association meeting. And then they come and he talks if we need to. Otherwise, if we see somebody having issues, or if we know they're admitting that they have issues, we direct them right to there. If they can't make that call, we make it for them. So we try and provide a service to them to make sure that their mental health is a priority. Because like you said, we're all human at the end of the day. And it changes you, I'm not gonna lie, it does. So, yep.
So this is a discuss and consider.
So basically what we're looking for, if the board chooses to go forward with this, you're giving me direction to work with the fire department, get the MOU or contract in place for the facility, and then we can provide updates, whether that be in Matt's tracker or a board requested agenda item on how it's going.
I'll make a motion as stated.
If you're open to a friendly amendment, with the condition that we do not set the timeline to where demolition would be towards the end of the year. So within that time period in there.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. If you can, yeah.
So Cameron made the point that we don't want to have demolition and restoration towards the end of the year, that we want to push that beyond. So I would just say one of the amendments to that or caveats is directors.
Yes, I agree to that. Thank you for clarifying.
So second.
With that, I will second it.
Okay, all right, we have a motion. I'm not going to say your last name. This is for the next year. Motion by Renee and second by JP. Any more discussion?
I just have a quick question to Cameron. There's no fiscal impact to this in terms of we're providing extra funds or anything of that nature?
Nope, none that has been requested at this time.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fireman's Festival, June 12th through the 15th. Is that the right dates? 11th through the 14th. Yeah. Okay. Then we have discuss and consider availability for joint town village board meeting on June 30th at 5:30 occurring at Village Hall. And this is for the final PAA fire EMS study. Just if you all can confirm that you are available at that night, or at least have a quorum moving forward.
It's my
I'm not
wedding
available.
anniversary, but
You can bring Brian.
yep, I'm sure that he would love to spend the evening doing that.
I am not available. That's the night of the Dane County Regional Housing Strategy meeting, so.
Is it okay if we meet without you? It's like the only time out of the list of times that we could come to with dates. All right.
Will we be hosting? Okay.
Yes.
And then it will be recorded and all of that.
Yep. Just like last time. So it's a discuss and consider.
I would move that we schedule the joint town village board meeting for June 30th at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, Casey, you have your hand up.
Yep, I was just going to confirm, Cindy, I'm definitely available.
Okay.
Connor's youth soccer ends a couple weeks prior on the Tuesdays, so that's
Alright.
perfect.
Motion by Severson, I need a second.
I'll second.
Murphy, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna move on to new business, and I realize we have a lot of guests in the house, but I think we're gonna keep it in order. And we're gonna discuss and consider participation in a feasibility study regarding shared consolidated fire and EMS in the region. We have Mark Roloff here, is the consultant, but I'm gonna turn it over to Matt to kind of run us through his memo first, and then there's other attachments in the agenda, and then open it up to discussion with the consultant.
Sure. I think my memo kind of just lays out how this came about. It's my understanding there's been discussions by Fitchburg and Village of Oregon, and it turned out to be many others, but they've been discussing this for quite some time. But more recently, it started working its way east, and we were reached out to, and so part of the study that was approved, and McMahon Associates is who is hired by Fitchburg in Oregon. They kind of saw coming that others may want to join in the study effort and take part in that. So they had a provision in there for how those cost quotes would come about, and so we were provided that by McMahon, and basically tonight is just up to you all. We can hear a little bit from Mark. Feel free to ask him any questions you may have, but just a consideration, because Fitchburg and Oregon want to get going on the study. They want to complete it before budget time this year, so they were just asking for decisions from municipalities by, actually it was late April. They extended it a little bit to early May, but so that's just a decision point for the village board. From a budgetary standpoint, before we were looking into the PAA study, we had allocated up to about $40,000 in fire EMS related studies, and the PAA study for our portion was a little over $17,000. So this would be $11,000 to cover both the EMS and fire districts. To date, in discussions with the Village of Deerfield and Town of Cottage Grove, they were not interested in participating. With that, I can turn it over to Mark and any questions that board members have.
Matt, just real quick, isn't it on the town board's agenda for tonight?
They're discussing it, but my understanding is they're not interested in participating.
Well, yeah.
I would add the town didn't approve participating in their meeting tonight.
Hi, Mark.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm Mark Roloff. I'm the manager of the Public Safety and Municipal Management Division with McMahon Associates. We're a consulting firm based out of Neenah, actually Village of Fox Crossing. So as Professor Ford outed me a little while ago, I was a 42-year career in local government, last 17 as city manager of Oshkosh. So I have a little familiarity with local government, and I have a passion for public safety and how important it is to every different community. The Village of Oregon and the City of Fitchburg approached us about doing a study for them, and it just kind of took off from there. They've been having some meetings every few weeks to just kind of see if anybody else is interested in being on board. And I think Matt did a nice job of summarizing who's in and who's out in terms of this. If you take a look at it geographically, it's pretty much the US Highway 18 corridor fire study right now. Stoughton and McFarland and Village of Brooklyn have also added themselves to that discussion. Monona is considering it, I believe, tonight, as well as this board. I can tell you that this is probably one of the most studied items these days. It started a little bit with the Innovation Fund grants that were started last year, is this something that that the different municipalities are interested in? One of my colleagues, Tim Schabel, he is a former fire chief. He will be the project manager for this. If he was here, he would tell you that about half of these studies result in something moving forward. This is not for everybody, folks. But I would tell you, I think it's worth looking at. And I think that's why 5 municipalities have already gotten on board. And I respect any governing body that makes a decision that they're not interested, because it may not be the time for you. There's so many different things. It really is an issue of stars being in alignment. But I would say that part of the stars being in alignment are that you have other municipalities that are interested in having this discussion. And if it's a 500 batting average, then you may or may not result in it, but at least you've studied it. The work that you've had PAA do, I happen to know the person from PAA who is doing your study. He was my former fire chief, and I have a great deal of respect for him. That will serve as a good piece of groundwork for us to analyze. They will have already done a lot of the advanced research. And I think Matt was expecting a higher price. I was happy to give him a lower price. Part of it is because you've already done some of the legwork with the PAA study. And I'd certainly, if you choose to proceed with us being part of this shared services study, that would be the very first thing. I will be anxiously looking for the results of that study to use as a benchmark. With that, I could talk all night because I love this topic, but I'd rather be able to answer any questions you might have.
Can you maybe just speak to timeline a little bit? I know decisions are being made by municipalities today, and then moving forward, where do you see this going?
We gave Matt an extension on his deadline, but part of it is because both Fitchburg and Oregon, as Matt said, they want to be able to have something to look at for the future in terms of the 2027 budget. That doesn't necessarily mean that it would be about doing any type of merger, but if there's any preliminary work that needs to get done, we're doing one for the cities of Wauwatosa and West Allis. That'll be the largest merger in the state's history. There's a lot of work that gets done because it's not just as simple as putting logos on the side of new trucks. That's clearly the easiest thing. Things like dispatch, details that I can't even begin to tell you all that will come out, but dispatch is a big issue with West Allis and Wauwatosa. So we'll have to take a look at that if this is something worthwhile. And that's why I think they want to get going on it. They want to have a kickoff meeting in a couple of weeks, and that would bring everybody together. And they're scheduling a meeting Thursday just to see who's on, who's not on, so they can begin that scheduling. Typically 4 to 5 months though, so we're getting, you're in the thick of budget right in October, so we want to be able to get done so that whatever next steps might be there, they can budget for it in 2027.
Questions from board members?
Thanks for being here tonight. I think one of the questions I have is, coming in as, being invited sort of unexpectedly, like this wasn't on any of our radar. I guess, is this, trying to see what the intentions are from the original proposal? Like, is it designed to evaluate whether consolidation in some form makes sense, or how a consolidation would work, or kind of both of those? I guess, I don't know that we would have the same intentions as other people in the study.
And that's why we are having individual agreements because it's going to vary based on the community. It might work for you and not work for somebody else, or vice versa. And those are the things you really have to pay close attention to, because like I said, I mean, using my analogy of the stars being in alignment, stars may be in alignment for, say, Fitchburg and Oregon, but it may not be for Cottage Grove. And there has to be some geographic unity to that. So let's say that all of a sudden McFarland, it didn't work out for McFarland, that might throw you guys off too. So even if it might be okay for you, if it's not for McFarland, then how is it going to work for you guys? And all those questions need to get answered. So if it's feasible, then it's like, here are the things that you'd have to look at. So it's really a little bit of both to answer your question.
We discussed this matter at the recent JFC meeting, and I appreciate your comment about if the stars are all aligned. And so Stoughton is not participating at the moment, correct?
Stoughton is.
Stoughton is, okay, all right. I guess I have several concerns. One, to begin with, is our fire department, volunteer fire department right now is fabulous. So my view is, why, if it's not broke, why fix it? And I don't mean this in any disrespect or any other towns or other municipalities that are looking at this. I'm just looking at this from the village of Cottage Grove at the moment. I don't think that this is the time to pursue this. I know that we are looking at the PAA study, but I personally am not interested in pursuing this at this time.
Other comments or questions? JP?
Yep.
And then Casey, I see your hands up.
So I also listened to the Fire Commission meeting, and there's lots of great points that were brought up, and I think many of those would also be addressed as part of the study as well. So, and I know we're very proud of our fire department, and I mean, part of it is, if you look in their annual report, we have an ISO score of 3 for the village and a 4 for the town and Pleasant Springs, which is amazing when you consider our model, being a volunteer fire department. And that's one of those kind of unique things with being volunteer, especially in this trend that we're seeing, where there are many municipalities that's hard for them to fully staff and maintain a volunteer fire department. The fact that we are pretty much almost at full staff or at capacity, what the desired amount is, speaks to that. But at the same time, we're also kind of going towards things like paid per call, which eventually could go to paid on call, which again goes in that roadmap to eventually professional. And again, that's not a knock at our volunteer model and where we are moving to the paid per call, but it's just a recognition that fire has been the only public safety group that has had this volunteer model for so long. You no longer see that with the police or EMS. And so when I look at this in the long term, and again, very long term, eventually, I wouldn't be surprised if the village ends up into a fully paid on-call or full professional firefighter model, maybe way, way, way down the line. But at the same time, I'm also looking at this from that standpoint of, if that is a concern, we have lots of capital investments that could be coming up for the fire. Ladder truck is one that's going to be in the near term in here, but then depending on the PA study, we could have the need for a satellite station. Well, if we go into a regional model, that might not be necessary to have that second location in there. I also know that there are some combined districts that don't need the same level of vehicles, for example. For example, I know 1 or 2 towards Waukesha County that have only one ladder truck that serves their entire district in there. So not every municipality would need a multi-million-dollar ladder truck. That could be a potential savings for us in there. And so the other thing that I've seen back where I grew up, is getting in at the beginning, being part of the conversation can also go a long way in helping us draft what the agreement is, being part of that table to help protect us if we want to go with that model in there, and can really, again, goes back to a lot of the concerns that were brought up in the fire district meeting in there. As an educator that loves data, I'm all about data. So I want to make an informed decision. That's one of those things that I ran on. And we have a kind of unique opportunity to have the PA study combined with this. So you get to see both of those at a pretty reasonable cost in there. So while I hear some of the questions and concerns, I feel like there is plenty of opportunity. We don't get this opportunity to really explore it, to see what could be doable to help protect the village, not only for the short term, but also in the long term in there.
So another concern I have too is if this would move on towards us consolidating, is that we would lose a lot of local control, and and not only local control about decision making, but also about things like equipment, which can actually end up costing more in the long run. And if we think out in the future with this consolidation, you know, if we think out even past 5 years, I don't know if that's very realistic, because in 5 years, a lot of things change in emergency world, along with, you know, medical information technology, how things are run from that aspect in terms of like electronic medical and bill collection, et cetera.
Mark, do you think you could speak a little bit to whether you'll be just looking at governance of the district?
Yeah, governance is a portion of what we would do, and that is it's a legitimate issue. I would say that when you have a situation where you have a much larger municipality and several smaller ones, that can sometimes be awkward, because the challenge, if you form a district per se, is that how much say does the municipality that has more than 50%? They basically, if it was a corporation, they'd have all the say and everybody would be a silent partner. The alternative to that, and I think you've probably seen it in some of the area fire departments around here, none of these in this corridor that I'm talking about, but there are some in this area where they're arguing because there is a situation where the city has the, 70% of the population, but only about 40% of the say. And that becomes a frustration point. So those governance issues, those are the things we take a look at. Generally, when you have pretty much some uniformity across the board, and I think that's one opportunity here. It's the one that we just did for Wauwatosa and West Dallas was very easy because they're almost identical in every way, shape, or form. It's 50-50. They aren't worried about that. But when it's 50-50, they have to have agreement because one can't overrule the other. So you really work on developing, you basically bring Mike Ford in to tell you what he told you tonight, and you have those people think for the entire area, not just for your individual municipality anymore. But that is easier said than done. But that's, in theory, how it works.
All right, Casey, you have your hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, so I think, I mean, initially on the face of this makes a lot of sense to do. We can't make good decisions without good data, and this seems like a trove of good data, especially with all the municipalities that are already to participate or going to participate. The cost seems like it's pretty modest and still comes well in under that 40K allocated budget. I also like, Mark, that you have that 50% moving forward batting average rate. That kind of implies that municipalities only do this if it genuinely makes sense for them. So that speaks to stability for it. I have two sort of questions. Sorry, but I'll ask them one at a time, and then if you can come back to me. So is the PAA study that we're doing already, is that going to be completed or completed enough in time for this? And then is there any any action we need to do or any cost or something to share their data with you?
We have every expectation that we will be using the PAA study, and even though your meeting isn't until late June, I know we're going to get we'll get an
Well-
early bird look at it.
We'll have a draft in the next couple of weeks.
That's what I
Okay.
thought Matt had said. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay on that.
Casey, second question.
Okay. Yep, and then with, so with the town of Cottage Grove and Pleasant Springs, sounds like they're choosing not to participate. Is there potentially like a gap in the data or in the analysis you'd have, since there are current, district partners?
Matt, you want to take that one?
So the way that the way it's drawn up is, right now, the Village of Cottage Grove, if the board wants to move forward with this, we'd be paying for the whole district, so the fire and EMS district. So it covers the whole area.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean cost-wise. I meant like, is there, I don't know, is there information you wouldn't be able to get because they're not participating, or is that not an issue?
Well, we have the data, the fresh data from the
Okay.
from the PAA study. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
okay,
I
so
think
then it's
the
not-
PA study will
it's
help
not
us.
missing.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Paula, go ahead.
Sure, I guess I have a lot. First of all, JP, I just want to, one note that you said about not having a professional fire department. We do have a professional fireman. The words matter, and they matter to the people here. We have the highest credentialed firefighter in the state of Wisconsin. So paid and professional are kind of two different things. So I just wanted to make that comment. Also, in terms of data-driven decisions, you mentioned that it would lay the groundwork, our PAA study. But when we're looking at data-driven decisions, I think, there's it's difficult to make clear decisions when you have one study that's got one set of parameters and another study that has different assumptions. And because these studies are different, I truly believe that we should do these sequentially. So we get done with the PAA study first and then do this study after we've analyzed our current regionalization with fire and EMS. I don't even know, you guys are brand new, if you've even had a chance to review the IGAs for both entities. But there's a lot of potential downfall that comes with those in disillusion and when those agreements are through. So I think we should take a measured step forward to that. I also think that for us, just fiscally, we should preserve our volunteer fire department model for as long as we can, because a full-time fire department is going to be probably in the neighborhood of $1 million. And so that's a big jump to make. And we have different, as you noted, JP, we've got the paid, per call or the paid on call. So we have a ways out. The idea of trying to get something that's going to be ready for the group, and I totally get it with, the other entities for a 2027 budget, that is not, I don't think that's our timeline for our particular fire needs or EMS for that matter. And honestly, there's a fear that I have, and I think this will come out in the PAA study, but when we look at the municipalities that are participating and us, the big difference between the two is they all have paid fire departments and we have a volunteer fire department. And I think the PAA study is going to show us in many ways that we are in a similar arrangement as Sun Prairie was with Marshall, as we are with Deerfield, where we pick up 60% of the cost. And really, I think we're subsidizing ambulance coverage in Deerfield. And then there's the governance piece that's already kittywampus there in terms of us paying 60% of the cost, and we're only 1/3 of the vote. So I think we should tackle those issues first. And then also, I think, obviously, if the town doesn't participate, we have that, issue about being geographically contiguous. But for me, the bigger thing is when we talk about not having to build a station or something of that nature, if the town were not to agree to this model and they say, go ahead and join, but we're going to stay a volunteer fire department, there's a whole nother situation there with that fire department. And so one way or another, we're going to need a fire station. The response time from the McFarland Public Safety Building to this address is 14 minutes, and from the Stoughton Fire Department to here is 23 minutes. So I think those are things that we need to consider, whether it be a first truck out or a second ambulance out or whatever that is. We need to think about that. And then one final thought in terms of finances. So in 2025, we paid $80,000 for fire protection, $633,000 for EMS, and $2.6 million for law enforcement. So if we are looking at regionalization for fire and EMS, we probably should also be looking at it for law enforcement because that is our biggest expenditure. So if we're really keen that this could be a cost-saving measure for us in the future, I think then we put all three on the table. But I am not in favor of doing this. I would like us to get the PAA study done and where we can process the data, we can have the conversation with our municipal partners and put that to rest first before embarking on something new.
Other comments or questions? Yeah.
I just want to know, if you're good for me, I can
Okay.
sit down then.
Yep. Thank you for being here and waiting. Otherwise, this is a discuss and consider. Or if no interest, we can pass.
I'll make the motion to further discussion on moving forward with the study and covering the full cost of the district in there.
I'll second.
All right, motion by JP, second by Casey. Any other discussion? I don't think I've said my piece. I've sat down and met with a lot of people over the last handful of weeks, and I think, it's at the Fire Commission meeting, there's a lot of questions. I think Paula brought up a lot of good points. I've been kind of on the fence with this kind of in general, but I do think that it's in the right order of giving us all the information, and I think that we don't have to, it's not like we're going to be taking action on January 1st of becoming a consolidated district. And we're going to be able to then work on those plans, those long-term plans, which I think are really important. And then we know for sure that if consolidation is not, if we're in the other 50%, and we're not going to do that, we know exactly what kind of resources and planning we need to do for the future. So I think I've had a hard time all weekend going back and forth, but I think I'm in the camp of getting information.
I'm just wondering, could we ask, we have our subject matter experts in the room in terms of our fire chief and our EMS chief, what their take on this is. I would like to hear from them.
If the chiefs want to come up and give their opinion on this study, they can do so.
I've also put a lot of thought and effort into considering the ramifications and the information contained in the potential study and consolidation. The first thing I look at is that this was originated by municipalities that are largely western part of the county. We have opportunities to regionalize in this area, but haven't been studied. And this might be a perfect opportunity to say, hey, let's check into what local regionalization looks like in regard to our partners that we're already working with in this part of the county, like Marshall and Deer Grove is already a combined district of 100 square miles that includes village and town of Cottage Grove, village and town of Deerfield, and the town of Pleasant Springs. I wonder how their data will coincide with the information that you're looking at all of our calls, but not having possible access to any of the facilities that are part of our district. So that's part of my struggle as well. Along with, I think if it wasn't the big district and largely south and west of us, it'd be a really good information gathering feat to go through. But you're looking at potentially creating a bigger district and maybe even limiting future resources to your own municipality, given I'm making assumptions based off of what I see for the future, but I see better opportunities to collaborate with those just to the east of us than with those far south and west of us. But I agree that there needs to be information. I don't know that this is the proper pieces of information to gather. I think this, while the money is available, I think it could be better spent in a different location and a different scope.
Fire chief want to come up and give their opinion on this?
So our opinion would be very similar to what Chief Lang just said, that we're already working along the east side of the county with several municipal partners, including Deerfield, McFarland, Stoughton. And looking at regionalization, that would seem to make more sense. If you're talking about regionalizing, they would be the more logical choice as opposed to municipalities that are on the far side of the county that we don't really interact with. So our opinion's pretty much the same as what he just said. I don't want to copy what he's saying, but we're pretty much in line with our position on it. Yes, information can be helpful, but like you said, are we looking at the right information is, I guess, what our question would be, so.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second, and if there's no more discussion, we can do a roll call vote on this one.
Sorry, one piece of discussion. I think the comments and the reactions of the two chiefs that just came up and the things that they weren't saying, the body language, I think we really need to pay attention to that. There are subject matter experts, and I think we've got to give that as much credence as the person who's here with the study. So I'm strongly opposed to moving ahead.
Casey, you've got your hand up.
Can we get some clarification on which municipalities are and are not participating that we know at this point? To clarify the west-east difference here?
Yeah, Matt, it's in the first page of the memo, but Matt, can you just list them for us again?
City of Fitchburg, Village of Oregon, City of Stoughton, Village of McFarland, Village of Brookfield, Village of Brooklyn, and then, excuse me, City of Monona is considering tonight.
Matt, is it the Village
yeah.
of Brooklyn, or is it the Brooklyn Fire District?
Fire
District,
Okay.
yeah.
Because that's different, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then, yeah, so from that memo, so Verona, Deerfield, City of Verona, Village of Deerfield, and Town of Cottage Grove had declined. So, with Stoughton and McFarland, there is some east, Fitchburg and Oregon, there is some west. So there's a mix here, it sounds like. Okay.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Benzo,
No.
Erlinson,
Aye.
Cal Nelson,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Severson,
No.
Stoa,
Aye.
Villavicencio,
You got it. Aye.
All right, that's 4-3, motion fails. Thank you for coming tonight. You're welcome. All right, we have, up next in our very long agenda is our interview with consultants for updating the Village of Cottage Grove comp plan. And I'm gonna turn it over to Aaron and let him kind of run the show tonight. There are 3 interviews.
I don't want to keep them waiting too much longer, but the RFP went out earlier this year. We were in a fortunate position. We have 3 really great firms that want to work with us on the plan, and they're all here to join us. The order was randomly generated, and the team from Van de Waal is up first. So if you guys want to come up and get started, that'd be great.
Talk. All right, we're on. All right. Good evening. My name is Hillary Rotman. I'm with Vanderwall and Associates. We have Ben Rohr and Jeff Maloney with us. It's not clicking. It's okay. So on our first slide, we are going to show our project team. We're a diverse group of people with experience in planning, communication, graphic design, and implementation, and we would bring that all for you guys on this project. Why choose us? Delay. Yeah. All right. Because of our communication approach, our understanding, our expertise of the area and long-range planning, and our proven record with results and implementation. So just some experience at a glance. Our firm has done comprehensive planning for the past 40 years, and we have a long history with Cottage Grove over the past decade or so we have some experience and are knowledgeable about the community. And we also have worked along with some of the partners of Dane County Regional Housing, and also work with Veridian a lot, a frequent flyer in the community, along with, we're really good partners with Strand and have had a really long working relationship for the past 37 years, who also is your village engineer. Our communication approach is a threefold approach. Internal communication with staff, we treat them as also a member of the project team. We try to utilize graphic communication to communicate a lot of the complex ideas so that it's understandable to the average person. And we also take a really robust public input and stakeholder approach. Lastly, we put our public input up here, that these are the things that you guys had suggested that you'd like to do in your RFP, but we've also suggested some additional add-ons that we feel are helpful to continue to get collaborative, inclusive, and diverse public input. Last slide I have for mine before I hand it over to Jeff. This is just an example of some of our public outreach events that we've done. And I just want to point out that Ben and I are in all of these photos, so your management team goes out and actually does work with the community and talk to them and communicate them. We feel like it's a really important quality of the plan, and we want to make sure to take it seriously. So Jeff, I want to hand it over to you.
Well, thank you everyone for having us. I'm Jeff Maloney, principal designer with the firm. And Vanderwall & Associates, is a mix of planners and designers, so I represent mostly that design team. And what we plan to do for this document is to bring as many graphics as possible, make it an accessible document. Comprehensive plans have changed, especially over the last 15 years or so, and gone from very dense technical Word documents to more accessible documents for the whole community. You still have all that data and everything, that'll be in the back. We have a team of designers and graphic designers who can create graphics like this to explain different elements of your plan. So you might have something like a housing diagram, which is on the top left there, or a diagram that shows the goals of the chapters, and anything that's quickly accessible for both the public to see and the decision makers as yourself to look back for reference. One of the additions to the RFP that you sent out was to look at different development scenarios for the corner of Cottage Grove and Main Street. This is what I personally do pretty much every day and have done for the last 27 years. Redevelop communities. We work for both private and public sector doing this. So we would prepare 3 different concept plans for this corner and also host a design charrette with the public. Work with all of you to understand what future land uses could go on the corner, what type of development is desired, densities, heights, forms, bulk standards, all that fun stuff that we like to get into. Public gathering spaces, environmental features, all those different things we'll explore, prepare 3 different concept plans, and then refine that through the process into a preferred concept that we can include in the plan. And what that does is it helps the development community understand what is a community-supported idea or development proposal for that corner. We also negotiate, development deals. So we understand the market, we understand what's market feasible, and we think it could really help you with understanding how that corner could cash flow from a development and a land use planning perspective. One of the additional optional tasks is a perspective sketch, just to show what that site could look like in 3 dimensions. We still do hand-drawn sketches. We still take that approach. It's more of a personal touch. Also, it relates to the public that this is an idea. This is what we like to see, but it's not a computer drawn where they start arguing about the brick color and the railings and things. It really gives an idea of, generally it should look like this. Ben?
Thank you. Good to meet you all. So in conclusion on our communication approach, what we aim to do throughout the entirety of the process is generate meaningful input for all of our interactions. And we use this input to inform decisions throughout the planning process and create consensus building around and alignment around key topics and ideas. Generally, we want to communicate using graphics because they're easier to consume. We want to make a compelling document that people want to pick up and use. And we also want to meet the statutory requirements of the comprehensive planning law. Obviously, that is the core goal of what we're aiming to do here. The third sort of prong within our approach that we think brings an opportunity for us that's a little bit unique is the results of our planning process can be seen, they can be viewed, and we pride ourselves on that. So we aim to create a vision through that planning process, everything that we do, but we come from an implementation lens. So on a day-to-day basis, we're working with municipalities to actively implement their comprehensive plans, and that's an approach that we take when developing the comprehensive plan. We take that approach in mind because that helps us bring the plan to life. What do I mean by that? I mean that by that in a variety of different formats. So you can see these different images. What that could mean is you create goals for housing and you can see those houses being developed in neighborhoods. That means you could build consensus around certain projects, build those projects into your comprehensive plan, seek grants to actively do and implement and study those things. You could also make policy changes based off your comprehensive plan. We write a lot of zoning codes. You're working with Dane County on that housing chapter. Those are direct implementation tasks from an implementation-oriented comprehensive plan that we do on a day-to-day basis, and we work with a variety of communities to do that. And so that's our strategy when it comes to development of comprehensive plans and focusing in that specific area on the implementation action item that goes in the last chapter. So in total, what we aim to do throughout our type of planning process and why we think we'd be a good partner to work with the Village of Cottage Grove on this particular project is generate meaningful input throughout the process, collaborate with you all, with staff, and utilize the knowledge and understanding that you already have, but build upon that with the knowledge and understanding. We work in Dane County on a day-to-day basis. We do comprehensive planning all the time. So we're gonna bring that expertise, the local knowledge and the understanding, and we're gonna partner with you on this particular project to create a driven, action-oriented comprehensive plan. So we appreciate the time here this evening. We know you have several more interviews. We will take any questions or discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Comments or questions?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Guess I'd like to learn a little bit more about an example where you helped bring together divergent kind of ideas and views about the future of a community and how your process helped bring those views together to like kind of a consensus to put into our plan.
Yeah, I think a really good example of that is a couple of years in the city of Beloit. We did their comprehensive plan, and one of their core focus areas was public engagement and specifically trying to reach voices that had not necessarily been heard in the previous planning process. And so what we aim to do is a lot of public engagement in a lot of different ways to try and hear voices that we hadn't heard. And from all of that input that we got, which was almost 2,000 different comments throughout the project, that led to these core set of topic ideas, focus areas, if you will, and the core plan goals. And what we used is those plan goals to direct the vision statement. And then we went to the elected officials, we went to the steering committee that we had formed, and we said, we heard from this many people. These are the general consensus items that we got from them. not everybody agreed, not everybody's going to agree, but you have to do some level of synthesis from that input and generate it through a meaningful way. And so between those two strategies, we came to the council at the end of the day and they unanimously supported it, even though it was a very, I would say, progressive plan in relationship to their previous versions because it was supported by that community input and data.
Thank you.
Do you have a comment, JP?
I appreciate your thoughts and comments on how you want to integrate graphics in a way that can really help convey understanding in there. My question is, with the new accessibility standards that are set to go forward in next year, what are some of the steps or options you're going to take to ensure that those graphics and the whole entire document is fully accessible and in compliance with those new rules that will go into effect next year?
Well, I think built into this project that there would be a project website where there's full accessibility throughout in terms of transparency, in terms of what we're doing, in terms of the documents being produced. And then there's opportunities through the website to do things like translation and use tools that we have available in terms of software to make communication possible to a broader and wider audience. I'm by no means the expert on that type of thing. We have some other people within our firm that specialize in more of that technology. So I'm speaking a little bit from outside of my realm of expertise, but we do have opportunities to leverage software out there to make things more accessible and make things more broad and transparent, and that would be our goal.
Casey, go ahead.
Yes. So I know that in early 2026, Wisconsin passed the Truth in Planning Law. I forget
Yes.
the exact number on the bill. Wanted to ask how, if any, that's going to would inform your kind of approach to things.
Well, we have to. We don't really have a choice on that front now. So like everybody else, we're wrapping our head around that legislation. We're addressing it with a variety of our client communities, and we're exploring what it means to fully address that. I think it's an opportunity because you're doing your planning process to build it in throughout through a lot of our comprehensive planning. We're building future land use that have density tied to them, and that's sort of the core component of the Truth in Planning Law, is that there's a density tied to the future land uses. If there's a zoning proposal that aligns with that, then you have to approve that zoning proposal. So we're going to take a keen lens as to looking at specifically what that means. And maybe that means we have more future land use categories with a more broad spectrum of densities. I don't know the answer at this point, but I know that we're exploring different ways and opportunities to do that. And I think because you're doing a full update to the comprehensive plan, you've already started this process and you're going to be doing it, you're sort of going to be perfect in line with the legislation versus having to maybe, for the example, the city of Beloit, they adopted their plan 2 years ago. Now they're going to have to go back and make sure it fully aligns with this law and potentially amend it. So I think you're in actually a really good position versus some other communities at this point in time.
All right. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yep. Thank you. All right, next up is the team from MSA. I don't know if they're out in the hallway. Can you guys send them in? Or Inga's maybe going out to get them?
We got an audience tonight, too. Yeah, is there a... Yeah, join through the Zoom link.
Perfect, thanks.
we go. While we're getting booted up here, we'll just do a quick introduction on our side. And Olivia here, my team member, is joining the call, but we're excited to be here and represent MSA for the interview for the comprehensive plan update for Cottage Grove. And I'll pass it over to Olivia.
Let's
as
see.
she's sharing our screen.
So close.
I think we can see it, huh? Perfect.
There we go. Okay.
Great.
Cool. All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us tonight. My name is Olivia Bolton. I'm an assistant planner at MSA Professional Services out of our Madison office. I've been there for about 2 years. And then I'll pass it back over to you to introduce yourself and also our firm.
Yeah, I'm Brian Wiedenfeld. I'm an associate planner with MSA going on 4 years now. I'm the surprise guest representing 2 of our project team members who are not able to make it tonight. Emily Soderberg, our project manager, who's on maternity leave, and then our principal, Steve Tremlett, who is out of town. We also have our client liaison here for Cottage Grove, a familiar face, Kevin Lord, a team leader engineer out of our Madison office, as well as John Schwartz, our assistant planner, and Sarah Morrison, one of our GIS specialists. We've been honored to be a partner with Cottage Grove for many years across a variety of different projects. I look back in the records, at least since the 90s, of having some projects right here in Cottage Grove. So you may know MSA already, but if you don't, I'll reintroduce ourselves here as a multidisciplinary engineering firm. We're based out of Madison, Wisconsin, but we've now grown across the Midwest. So through our project team, you're not just getting urban planners and urban designers, you're also getting a team of 500 MSA members who are representing engineering, GIS, survey, landscape architecture, and community development. So really a strong emphasis in variety of disciplines and emphasis of Cottage Grove experience through our firm. Now that you know a little bit about MSA, we want to emphasize our understanding here of Cottage Grove and what the village is facing here as it updates its comprehensive plan. So through our relationship with the village, we've had the opportunity to observe and witness this huge growth that the village has experienced over the past 20 years through the number of significant developments that have occurred, but also just the explosion in population that Cottage Grove has seen, as well in this larger Dane County area, the huge population increase that is projected only to increase further. Here in Cottage Grove, projected at 20,000 people by 2050. So understanding with other communities we worked with in Dane County who are experiencing this rapid growth, we know and understand that community members can really be struggling with what has occurred in terms of development. So maybe a member of the community who's been here for 20, 30 years who is questioning maybe the loss of village character that Cottage Grove has had, and maybe some identity concerns there. But also maybe a newer resident who is saying there might be some lacking of amenities like a traditional downtown that they might be looking for in the community they live in. So really, at this crossroads really represents the importance of an opportunity to update the comprehensive plan and establish and answer the question with the community of what growth should look like over the next 10 to 20 years. So excited to have the opportunity to do that.
Yep. So with identifying that vision and direction for future growth, public engagement is going to be the core of our planning process. And we are proposing truly a people-centered planning, ensuring that the comprehensive plan is by residents of Cottage Grove for residents of Cottage Grove. We know that engagement fatigue is an issue in just about every community that we work with. And we know that the best way to counteract that engagement fatigue is to ensure that residents feel like their feedback will actually find a place in the decision-making process. So with that in mind, we've proposed a public participation plan that includes a lot of engagement very early in the process to ensure that we're getting that community buy-in, which will then lead to that building of momentum and action and implementation of the plan that we're hoping to see. So we'll have a community open house very early in the process to get some of the visioning and establish the goals that'll be carried through the development of the plan. Our focus groups will be really essential for community feedback, and that could be with the Chamber of Commerce, local businesses, high school students, seniors, ensuring that we get a good cross-section of the community. We'll have an online survey to ensure that for accessibility, we're providing both in-person opportunities for engagement and remote capabilities. A pop-up booth event, which is my personal favorite thing to do, which is taking the comp plan process to the community at a local event to just not only inform, but also provide that in-person tactile opportunity for feedback. 2 urban design charrettes, which I'll get into in a second. And then we have some add-on opportunities for some online community input mapping and additional pop-up booths, community open house, or focus groups as desired. So with urban design, we have an understanding that the village owns parcels on the northeast intersection of Main and Cottage Grove. And we really see this site as the opportunity to be a catalyst for redevelopment in that area and kind of build up that intersection and that area on the north side, opposed to the more economic core kind of in that block to the south. So we'll make sure that we provide engagement opportunities for this visioning exercise within the engagement that I just described. So we'll include issues and opportunities, mapping and discussions within the open house. We'll ask questions specifically about the site and visioning. With the pop-up booth, we can provide opportunity for design feedback within the survey. But the real feature of that visioning for redevelopment process will be these 2 mini charrettes. So we envision the first will be with landowners, development specialists, and kind of be some more general redevelopment opportunities, getting a sense of the overall desirable vision and character for the site. And then the second mini charrette will be with staff, village board, and plan commission. So getting more specific about the feasibility of different land uses, really defining what that character would look like in terms of setback, scale, massing, et cetera. The end result will be 3 concepts, which could either be broken out into a preferred concept with that key design elements, or if we wanted to provide a little bit more expansion and just keep all 3, but provide language within the body of the plan about benefits and kind of like pros and cons to both. That's another way that we could look at it within the plan as well. So public engagement, plan development, everything, the end desirable goal is a lean, comprehensive plan. So not just kind of throwing everything in the kitchen sink in, but making sure that we're providing something that's concise, visually appealing, understandable, or readable, especially in an online format, knowing that that's the prominent way that this is going to be consumed, and creating a user-friendly document for decision makers and the broader community as well. So making sure that we're emphasizing voices of the community throughout the plan in sidebars that show that the strategies, policies, actions that we're proposing are directly related to public engagement that was conducted, providing a snapshot of the community within each of the different elements, and then just front-loading our strategies and policies and action items to make sure that we're getting right to the bones of what will make this plan successful and usable for the community. Now I'll pass it back over to Brian.
Yeah, and we want to take a second to touch on a specific part of the comprehensive plan, the future land use plan. Really here, the most important element of the overall plan itself here to capture that 20-year vision of what the community wants the land and development patterns to look like. So at MSA, we have an approach here kind of based in flexibility, starting with the categories that we develop for our future land use map and those category descriptions. So we know Cottage Grove currently is using more of a density-based residential category system. So we are flexible in ability to stick with that or also provide what is more best practice now to provide smaller number residential categories and providing some more flexible density within those specific residential categories, as well as pairing that with our category descriptions, and additionally providing the ability to use an overlay, like a high intensity density overlay, to really target where the community wants to see some more increased density within the development pattern. We also pair that with our best practice design strategies. So those are additional materials providing standards, compatibility across the various land use categories, and do align with some of that recent legislation to really target those densities that the community is looking for each of those categories. And then we'll touch on here what we saw in the RFP, but also showed within our proposal the ability for some additional add-on elements of the plan that the village might be interested in here. Touching on environmental sustainability and climate resiliency. This is something we've created standalone plans for with the Village of Wanakee and also City of Madison. But here serving as either a chapter within the plan or across the plan, just kind of bringing forward, highlighting goals and strategies that identify and highlight sustainability best practices. We also can provide financial sustainability insights, more of a deeper dive in maybe the land use section to focus on comparing the different development patterns and what their fiscal impacts might represent, focusing, say, on value per acre or unit, or just looking at the infrastructure costs that development patterns might have. And finally, looking at implementing the next step of a future land use map, looking at their zoning code here and identifying, possibly through a diagnostic report, some of the potential changes that could be made within the code or the zoning map as the village implements the plan. And then I'll finish here with our schedule and process. So here, committing MSA to the schedule we've represented in our proposal. So over that 12-month process that we've outlined above, showing all the different steps and tasks and communication through that process, here committing to not only provide a final plan deliverable that meets the statutory requirements, but also is providing robust and inclusive public engagement process, and a process that also is effective and efficient, respecting everybody's time, from staff members to the public to the village board and plan commission, to really outline a process that is seamless review through staff and delivered to the plan commission and village board, and outlining that process there on the right to kind of show what we stand by, and providing both a Word draft copy of our elements, but then also showing how that plan might unfold in its graphic design format there. And now we'll touch on, bring it back to you guys. Thank you so much for having us, and ask if you have any questions for us.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'd be interested in hearing a little bit about an example community where there were some divergent views about the future and how your process helped bring people together to find consensus and a plan that is well supported.
I've got one.
Yeah.
Last year, we wrapped up some neighborhood plans for the city of Fitchburg. So we worked on 2 neighborhood plans at the exact same time, exact same staff on our end, and through the city. The really defining difference was the existing context of the 2 neighborhoods, and the members of the community of those 2 neighborhoods, of what they wanted to see for the future. So one of them is currently an active quarry site, and it's an area that's in need of a school, and so that was something that we looked at. It's something that's going to expand drastically in residential in the next many years, and so needs a level of density. So we had that kind of get carried in a certain direction that had a lot higher density, some neighborhood mixed use, that kind of thing, versus the other neighborhood that we were working on was kind of built in and around an existing residential single-family development that did not want to see anything like what we were showing for the other neighborhood. So it kind of in a way like really supported the success of our public engagement process and the different interactions with the committees, and making sure that even though it was the same process, the final result was 2 different plans, and making sure that those plans adapted to exactly what was needed for those areas and how they're going to grow over time.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much for the presentation here. Comprehensive plans are typically very graphic in terms of the details they provide in. At the same time, there are new accessibility standards that are going into effect next year. So can you explain some of the steps you might take to ensure that the final product that we have meets or would be able to meet those new accessibility standards?
I can take this one as well.
Sure. We're dealing with this right now.
Yes, indeed. So I've worked on a couple plans and proposals in the past that have included some of the new accessibility standards in InDesign. And this is the perfect timing for you guys to be starting this process, because it is infinitely easier to make a document accessible if you start it that way. And so it's something that we can embed into the design of the final product throughout the entire thing, making sure that we're doing the captioning for any additional the alt text for photos, and even ensuring the way that we design headlines and the way that the text is written is just clear and organized and precise, so that at the end, and also including things like hyperlinks and everything, just to make the document really user-friendly, especially through an online platform. I've previously downloaded a screen reader app just to make sure that the plans that we're producing can be run through a screen reader successfully, which is tricky but fun and very, very important to be doing. And so definitely something that we have the ability to take on, and again, perfect timing for us to be getting started, knowing that that's coming down the pipeline.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you all
Have a
so
great
much.
rest of the night.
Have a good night.
Right, and then our final group is the team from Grafe.
Hello, everyone. Let me get it pulled up here, hopefully quickly. Is it there? No? You're seeing email? Sorry. Application. That's better, right? Possibly? Yes. Hey, there we go. All right, thank you. Microphone. That's the little person icon. Technology. I'm an expert. Good evening. My name is Craig Hebner. I'm the practice team leader for our Grafe Planning and Urban Design team. With me tonight is Doug Seymour, our Economic Redevelopment Specialist. If at any point in this presentation, Doug or I bore you, you can pull out your smartphone here, scan that QR code, look at our full proposal if you'd like to see more detail. Otherwise, we're very excited to give you a short overview of our presentation here. I got it here. As far as who our team is, so I'm listed as your project manager. With us at Grafe is a full-service engineering, planning, and design firm. We have zoning specialists, sustainability specialists, urban designers, GIS, landscape architects. With comprehensive plans, there's a lot of things that can come up that we need to be ready to respond to, and Grafe has all of that in-house. Our team is very excited about this opportunity to work with you. If you don't know about Grafe, just a little overview. We are a full-service planning, engineering, and design firm. We're headquartered in Milwaukee, but have a Madison office as well as other offices across the Midwest. Our planning group specializes in comprehensive plans, but you can see the laundry list of other planning services that we also provide. I'll note we're rewriting about 5 different municipalities, their zoning ordinances right now, so it's another aspect of our Grafe planning that really turns plans into implementation and into reality, something that we pride ourselves on. All right, comprehensive plans. I like showing these 2 images. Comprehensive plans can be confusing. Maybe it's you as a village board, hopefully not, to your constituents, to the general person. 9 statutory requirements. Is it a policy document? Is it a zoning regulation? Is it a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 20-year plan? Does it have to be this confusing? Our voice would say no, it doesn't have to be this confusing, but oftentimes it can be portrayed that way by a typical comprehensive plan approach. Also with comprehensive plans, a lot of times you get stuck in your silo. I'm worried about my property. I'm worried about the rural area of Cottage Grove. I'm worried about the developed area. I'm worried about economic development. I'm worried about this specific statutory requirement. Comprehensive plans are meant to be comprehensive. We want to talk about the place that is Cottage Grove. What is the future of this place? And that's our Grafe approach that we'd like to talk about. We use what's called a place-based approach to comprehensive planning. What does that mean? Your future land use map, a big part of your comprehensive plan, is all about the future use. And typically this will be a very parcel by parcel jargon term. It's a R1 future, it's a C1 low density, it's a mixed use. Instead of using those planning jargon, what our approach is, we try to identify places, working with you as a village board, with your staff, with constituents. What is the place that you live in, that you work in, that you want your place to be? And how can the future land use map, you can see some examples here on the screen, how does that come to fruition in your actual plan document? So the future land use map is a series of different neighborhoods, districts, and corridors that have future use recommendations, land use, densities, character, design requirements, all the different that can be with those place-based solutions. And this helps people think not just in their silo, but from a bigger picture, what's best for Cottage Grove. All right, as village trustees, do you ever hear passionate people talking about you, maybe as staff as well? As planners, we hear that passion as well. And what I would say, we're all the consultant firms you probably heard, they're experts in engagement. That's probably not untrue, but we really pride ourselves and we're passionate about engagement. And the different stories that unfold, as part of this comprehensive planning process, really want to be based in place. We use unique touch points, not just your traditional meetings and boardrooms like this, but going out into the community. How do we soften that us versus them mentality when you're doing the different engagement to make it feel more approachable and just allow people to share what they truly want for their place, that is Cottage Grove. So in the proposal, I won't go through all these, we had 8 different touch points, ways that we feel like we can reach your constituents. What I would say as far as how to mediate or kind of mitigate differing views, we want to ensure first that we're listening, making eye contact, writing down what people are saying, repeating back to them when they're having the different comments. When there's differing views, is there different education or empowerment data that we can give people to help them better understand why we're proposing something? At the beginning of every one of these touch points, we want to have a clear outline. What's the goal of this meeting? What's the goal of the comprehensive plan? What are the key objectives that we're trying to do? So that when there are different opinions, we can go back to those goals, go back to those desired outcomes, and everyone can be in that same alignment. With that, I'm going to pass it to Doug, and he's going to talk a little bit about redevelopment planning.
Thanks very much, Craig. And just before we get started, just thank you all. I know we've got a long meeting. I've been on the other side of the podium as well, so I appreciate your passion and your efforts this evening. What I wanted to briefly talk about is continuing that discussion about place and the power of place and how thoughtful comprehensive planning and economic development can help communities achieve their vision for making those great places. every community is unique, and you've got your assets, you've got your challenges and opportunities. And we partner with a wide variety of places throughout Wisconsin. And they're listed here. I won't go into those. But at the heart of economic development and redevelopment planning, it's all about positioning your community to quickly respond decisively to opportunities that may be out there. As a former development director, with over 35 years of experience, I can tell you that we kind of approached development and redevelopment from the perspective of opportunities. And I heard this really great quote about opportunities, and I think I chased it down, and it was from 60 Minutes someplace. So it said that opportunities are never lost. Someone will always take the ones that you missed. And that's really how I approached in working with my council, with we had council members, and I've worked in a village, we'd have trustees. But it's really about positioning your community to be in a position to respond to those opportunities once they present themselves in the marketplace, and then they will. Now, keep in mind that every proposal is not going to be the right proposal for Cottage Grove. And land is such a precious resource in our communities, and I'm sure it is in Cottage Grove as well. And the market and other short-term pressures, whether they be from state statutes or from a variety of places, really can put you in sort of tough positions with respect to making those development-related decisions. And we just wanted to make sure that your comprehensive plan and that economic development portion that puts you in the best position to to respond to those opportunities, the good ones that you really want, as part of your continuing efforts. So it really all starts with a reliable process, and proven and reliable process. And again, identify your community assets and leverage those resources to really help you achieve those community goals. And here at Grave, we do that through a series of investigation, ideation, and implementation. Big words, what do they mean? But essentially, our professionals will collect and analyze the data and work with you and the community to have real discussions about where the community is at, and most importantly, where the community is going. Together, we'll develop a framework to create different development concepts and scenarios for some different sub-areas. And I know, for example, your TID areas are one of the areas that you wanted to focus on, and then we have experience in doing that. And finally, the adoption of the comprehensive plan is not the end of the process, nor our partnership with you. At Grave, we have the resources to really help you further those development goals or redevelopment goals, and have done so by successfully writing zoning codes, detailed area development plans, and redevelopment districts and plans. Okay, good. I didn't like that one anyway. So, but perhaps the most rewarding aspect of that is the end goal. And earlier, Craig talked about the power of place. And when you think about the most desirable communities, what visual image comes to mind? What is the postcard image of Cottage Grove? I'd venture to say that business parks, retail centers, multifamily developments, however well designed, aren't the lasting image that you want to leave with your residents and visitors. Again, as the former development director for Oak Creek, I can personally attest to the power of place and how that can be transformative for a community. So let me talk briefly, and I can talk a lot longer, so if you stop me, please, about Drexeltown Square, a project that is near and dear to my heart. So like Cottage Grove, Oak Creek began as a farming community on the outskirts of Milwaukee. And as we experienced a period of rapid growth, mainly in the 1990s, there was a real concern that was being expressed that the community was losing its character, and that this rapid development was resulting in a lack of a sense of place, and that we really didn't have a downtown or a town center or anything that anyone could identify as being Oak Creek. And what was happening is that our identity was being defined by others through market forces, and whether it be retail, residential, or industrial. So Grave was important in that they worked with our community and helped us create a plan and a regulating document and design for Drexeltown Square. And for those of you who haven't heard about Drexeltown Square, Drexeltown Square is an 85-acre redevelopment of a former automotive manufacturing plant that was in the heart of our community. They phased out operations, and back in 2008, I think they finally closed up shop, and we were left with this big gaping hole right on our main in our community. And again, rather than letting market forces dictate what that would have been, because it would have been more retail, could have been self-storage, a number of things that did not add to those places, or what our postcard image of what Oak Creek would be. But working with Grave, they help us to define a vision for a new town center. And Drexel Town Square it's a mix of residential, retail, hospitality, commercial, government. What am I missing? I'm sure I'm missing a number of things. But it really has been successful in the sense that it creates that postcard image of Oak Creek and provides a community that really never had a downtown with this cultural heart, this economic heart, and this civic heart, and something that I'm very proud of. And Grave really was very integral in helping us to make that happen. So not every community can do a Drexel Town Square. I mean, it requires a lot of resources and a lot of land. But the one thing I really wanted to stress is the importance of the process and how Grave helped us focus our vision and really partner with us to make that vision a reality through a series of planning documents, one of them being a sub-area plan for Drexel Town Square itself, and creating a new zoning code district just for Drexel Town Square. But every community is unique, and every community does have a vision. And really, what we love to do is love to help you find your vision and be your partner in achieving that through not only your comprehensive plan, but be your partner to bring that plan into reality.
Great. So in closing, expertise in comprehensive planning, we really are ready to commit resources to you. We don't have any other comprehensive plans right now that Grave is working on, so we can fully devote our attention to Cottage Grove. We are passionate about engagement, as I mentioned, as part of this. And then we have very much expertise in economic redevelopment, as Doug passionately mentioned as well, with Drexel Town Square and several other examples. We just finished 2 different RFPs for different municipalities where they are releasing their lands that they own for public RFPs, so we're well versed in that expertise as well. So wish that, thank you, and we'll take any questions.
Thanks for your presentation. And you kind of touched on my question some, but I wanted to maybe get a little bit more information from you about an example community where there were some divergent views about the future and how your process in particular helped people come to find common ground and get a more broadly supported plan in the end.
Couple projects come to mind. Maybe Village of Germantown would be relatable. It's kind of 50-50 splits, very developed, and then the rest is complete agricultural, rural preservation. So as part of the future land use process, we helped refine that agricultural land and specifically defined it as one of the district's rural preservation, which had very specific kind of limitations on density to help kind of craft that. Because Germantown is also very growing, we help them with different development scenarios for how different densities could take over different size land areas. So if it's, a traditional subdivision or versus a conservation subdivision, what the difference in land area and how that could achieve different goals would be. So with that, it was a lot of visualization of kind of what the impact would be to traditional development and how the village should really support in their kind of urbanized, sewered areas, more of that slightly higher density development.
Thank you.
Good question, yeah.
Casey, online.
Yes, with the state legislature passing the Truth in Planning law just recently, I wanted to ask how that is going to inform your process.
Great question. Wow, you are on top of it, as are we. So this is an ongoing conversation that really almost, I've talked to several other consultants too, and we're all, I think, figuring this out would be an honest statement of exactly how this works. With our comprehensive plan approach, as I mentioned, we use more of this place-based approach. All those kind of places still have very specific, again, densities that we recommend within those different neighborhoods. So the key part of this legislation is making sure that you're clear on what the residential densities are going to be so that it's a clear path to zoning. So in our opinion, it doesn't necessarily change that. I think there's some municipalities that were much looser on that, but we're definitely ensuring that we're in alignment with what state legislation is showing.
So, comprehensive plans are very visual documents in there. And my question is, With the incoming accessibility standards that are set to go into effect now next year, what are some of the steps that you would take to ensure that the final plan is accessible and meets those standards?
Yeah, so good question. Wow, really good questions. I say that because we don't always hear those specific questions. Grafe has a specific marketing and communication team that we work collaboratively with before we kind of export or kind of produce any plan. They do almost like a fact check or kind of consistency check for accessibility. A lot of that software, thankfully, is being built in, with AI and with InDesign, is the typical platform that we'll utilize. So that's just as a baseline starting point. But then we really do vet that through, our in-house communications team to ensure that we're meeting all accessible standards that not only maybe are mandated from the state level, but each local municipality will also have sometimes more added, accessibility desires as part of that. So we'll want to work closely with you. What are your goals, and metrics that you want to hit? And I'm confident that we can do that.
Okay, so one of the biggest issues I have with planning and land use in general is single-use zoning. So I'm wondering how your place-based approach takes into account designing places that let people live near the places that they want to go instead of siloing them off from each other.
Yeah, so, as far as each of these places, different color on the map will be a different place, and that map will correspond to a table that basically says, here are all the uses, here's what your community wants as a desirable use, we call it, an allowable use, or an undesirable use. And those, again, are very specific that they're not a zoning, it's a permitted versus conditional use, but it's a general character, what do we want generally for that future use. And then each one of those neighborhoods, districts, and corridors, again, will kind of relate to either an existing zoning district that you have, or possibly as part of this comprehensive plan process, you're going to want to create new zoning districts or new, zoning areas that allow for maybe more of a mixture of different uses that either your code doesn't allow or that you want to make sure that it does support. So the comprehensive plan comes before zoning, and we want to make sure that the comprehensive plan clearly says what that future use desire is. Does that answer your question or not really? Okay. I'd love to talk with you more if you're around here at 11 p.m. Be happy to stick around.
Oh, we will be.
Sorry, that was not funny.
Any other questions? Otherwise, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stay in
Appreciate
touch.
Is there any discussion that would happen on this item in open session? Otherwise, we do have the closed session item to discuss and select. All right, we're going to move on then to discuss and consider Resolution 2026-08, recognizing Public Service Week in the Village, which is a week honoring all of the amazing people, aside from the board members, in this room, and then also the people that serve our community and work here and help out so much.
I would make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-08 regarding Public Service Recognition Week.
I'll second it.
All right, motion by Murphy, second by JP. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. We have discussed and considered Resolution 2026-09, recognizing May as Military Appreciation Month.
And I would love to make the motion to approve Resolution 2026-09, recognizing May as Military Appreciation Month.
And I will second that.
All right. Motion by Murphy, second by JP. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Abstain? Aye. Motion carries. I didn't even notice that you left. Sorry. We are on discuss and consider partnering with Cottage Grove Chamber of Commerce to market Cottage Grove as open for business. There's a memo from Trustee Stoa.
Yeah, so this is just kind of direction for staff to partner with Chamber if they need to, just to sort of let developers know that we're willing to be collaborative partners in helping the village grow.
So just to maybe add to that, the open for business, one of the issues that the chamber has tackled since my time with the chamber is really the leakage of spending that leaves Cottage Grove. So if there's a way to tie in an effort in that partnership to also kind of help with those efforts, I think that would be good. You know, in terms of their Cottage Grove First efforts and things of that nature, because we want to make sure we're taking care of our existing businesses as well. And then one side note that I think would amplify really the partnership and any sort of marketing would be to reactivate the CDA. Because, you know, I noticed, for instance, they were listed on the last comp plan, and they haven't met since October of 23. And I think there could be a lot of value in reactivating them and having them help in this effort. So I'm in favor of, you know, moving ahead with this and would like to see some of those things tied in.
Heidi?
Thanks. You know, after talking about comprehensive plans and, you know, perhaps part of this is also, you know, we have an economic chapter in our comprehensive plan of how do we involve the chamber and our economic development stakeholders in that process as well. And maybe, you know, that's kind of part of this too. I think, you know, there's opportunities to involve the business community in that process as well.
I would just add that a lot of having a clear message from the board that Aaron and I can simply relay to developers when they come to meet goes a long way, and then having a consistent, clear approval process and things like that. But ultimately, especially on the commercial side, it's gonna come down to a willingness to consider incentives in TIF districts and things like that at the end of the day.
So tonight's initiative doesn't include any budgeted funds for, it's
No.
mostly just direction to staff, but if they were to come back with an actionable item that you needed funding for, you can bring that back to the board in terms of like the Cottage Grove First or something that you come up with as a partnership to, for the chamber.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that open for business was like a direction, not necessarily a slogan you need to use, but yeah, and like I don't know if it's gonna cost any money, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but they can coordinate with the chamber and figure that out and come back to us.
Yeah, but I think, first step of, reaffirming, when you meet with developers, Matt, that we have a process to follow and, we're enthusiastic about listening to new opportunities.
Yeah, and we stay in touch with Britt at the chamber multiple times a year. As quarterly we meet with her and her leadership, and then also she's joined Aaron and I on our business visits that we go to around the community. So we're already doing a lot of that work.
I want to circle back to our governance discussion from what is quite a few hours ago. So I just want to make sure that, it sounds like we have broad support to, increase engagement with business community and that we're welcoming of proposals, but want to make sure that staff has any clear direction on something we might want them to do differently or action steps to bring forward to us to recommend some change in process. Or I guess I want to make sure that staff has clear direction on what this might mean, like what expectation we might have. And if we need to think about that or ask them to bring forward some suggestions, I guess I just want to make sure that we're actually taking actionable steps toward this kind of goal.
I think like Chris's memo and how he said tonight first step is reaffirming and kind of putting this in place and giving staff that direction. But then, like you said, Heidi, if there are things that need to come back, and especially if they're tied to decision-making policy or financial decisions that need to be made, like please bring that back to the board at a future agenda. This is a discuss and consider.
I would move approval of partnering with the Cottage Grove Chamber of Commerce to market Cottage Grove as open for business.
I'll second.
A motion by Severson, second by Erlinson. It's throwing me all off. All right, any other discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Discuss and consider TID 9 property acquisition. There's a memo, additional items, and then we do have a closed session. But I'll let Chris take it away. And it also looked like Rick was really excited to speak. Okay.
So I'll just give a little high overview of the thing. We've been acquiring properties on the corner of NMBB because they're in the TID and we're hoping to redevelop it into a downtown. There's also a 1 acre parcel across the road here that's sitting empty right now. And I think it would be prudent to, for future planning, to look into purchasing that land so that we can have it develop in a manner that is compatible with a future downtown.
The only thing I was going to add is, so obviously there's a closed session. If the board is interested in talking about the negotiation strategy or how it might want to approach purchasing the property, then closed session would be appropriate for that.
I'm interested in going into closed session for this item.
Me too.
I think there maybe are a couple things that we could talk about in open session before that though, right? That aren't negotiation or strategy.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, there's enough support to go into closed session for the item at the end of the agenda.
Okay.
But yeah, continue.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that, you know, we're obviously working on the comp plan and, you know, we don't necessarily have a vision yet, I think, for that. So just a clarifying question to Chris, can you kind of tell me more when you talk about single purpose business, like what you mean by that? And particularly in the 1 acre parcel.
What I mean by that is a place that that doesn't get people that sort of gather there and walk around, such as like a dental office. You go there for a specific thing, you get what you need, and then you go home. Whereas if it's like a downtown area, you go there and you go to a bookstore, and then you grab some ice cream from an ice cream shop, and then you go into a clothing store or something like that.
So how would this apply to that 1 acre parcel? Like, would you see multiple businesses on that parcel?
Yeah, I mean, personally, for me, yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I think we're getting a little ahead of the comp plan and building what that vision is. So I think there's some other issues that we need to address in that particular area that need a little bit more attention than the property acquisition. So I'd rather tackle some of those things first before we go for a property acquisition.
I think it would be prudent to purchase it so that somebody else doesn't purchase it and turns it into something that's incompatible with a downtown area that's not going to be walkable or useful for a central area like that.
So just kind of a question. Wouldn't we do that in terms of, rather than always having to buy something to control it, couldn't we control the use of that through our zoning?
I mean, we probably can. Zoning and changing zoning is a long process versus us owning it and directing it through there.
It is, but I also think there's value in the free market, right? And if a business is wanting to build there, I mean, I don't want to turn them away for what ifs that we're not sure about yet. But that's just my 2 cents.
And if it was a multi-use area with multiple businesses versus a single business, the tax revenue for the residents would be a lot higher as well. So it'd be more beneficial to the tax base if it was mixed use or multi-commercial.
Casey?
Yeah, a couple of things. So I think, Paula, to your point about like, could we, do this with zoning? I think, again, as I brought up with a couple of the interviews here, the new truth in planning law, that might limit how we could do that, because we might set some zoning, but then we would be required by that law to very specifically allow a business, even if we realize, oh, that doesn't actually meet what we want to do with this. Additionally, as Chris said, we've already been making steps in this regard. There's property purchased. We're aiming at it for the comp plan. So I think it's important to lay this groundwork before we miss an opportunity. Again, sort of echoing Grafe at the end there. This is a step we could take to define Cottage Grove rather than leave it to market forces. I think something like this, like a downtown, is too important to that, exactly this whole central theme we want of what is our character, what goes on our postcard, kind of thing, than to leave it out to that level of chance, is my view on that.
Just an example with the current zoning, and actually I believe it was previously approved, and it just so happened that the business or developer didn't move forward, but a Dollar Tree, as an example, was something that was approved to go there, and it was permitted by right, meaning we didn't have, we could place some reasonable conditions, but by and large, even if we didn't want it, we couldn't really say no.
I agree, and I think the downtown is vitally important, but I think we've got a bigger issue to tackle before we get to that, and that's safety. I think we need to talk about the shots fired incident at Authentics over a week ago, because are people going to want to come to a downtown corridor where that sort of situation is happening? So I think that's what I'm saying when I think we need to prioritize some other issues first. But again, that's just my viewpoint.
Anything else on this agenda item? Otherwise, we're going to move on and come back to in closed session. All right, hearing none, we're on G. Discuss and consider police station project change order number 5 regarding building pad undercut and stone replacement. Kyla, I heard it's your agenda item.
Oh, yes, it's my agenda item. Long story short, it's outlined in the memo. The police station, we had historic rains a couple weeks ago. Not great for soils, not great for a building pad to be built on. We don't want a collapsible building. That's the last thing we want when we're building a brand new police facility. I don't need chief in a hole in 2 years. With the rain that we had, we allowed the site to dry out. We did a proof roll about a week later with the general contractor as well as our architects and engineers. It failed. We requested to wait an additional week to give the site additional time to dry out since it had just finished raining about 3 days before. The proof roll, again, did fail. It is being recommended by both our architect, the civil engineering consultant as part of the architect's team, as well as the geotech and village staff to move forward with undercutting the building pad at this time. So what that means is they will remove the clayey soils and replace that with firm 3-inch gravel, big stones that provide a solid base for foundations and the construction of that building. So that total is $67,639. Also included in the proposed change order that Riley Construction gave us was an additional just shy of $26,000 for work that they incurred because they were not doing work because the soils were not great. However, that was never communicated to village staff that they were incurring costs, and therefore we actually had a discussion with Riley this morning, and they are taking that portion back. So that is no longer it was never recommended by village staff anyway, and they have proceeded to take that cost back. We are recommending moving forward with the $67,000 and then 10%, which is their general overhead fees that's included with any change order, for a total of just over $74,000. Any questions?
Go ahead, Chris.
What would the consequences be if we did not approve this tonight?
We would be looking at incurring costs for the general contractor that's not going to be working, and that looks like to be approximately $12,000 a week. And at this point in time, while we've waited for the soils to dry out, we're now just delaying, and it's better off that we continue moving forward with the project.
Okay. Just a little, I mean, obviously we can't control the weather, but it's a little irritating because, I mean, one of the things I objected to about this in the first place was that it was going to pull costs that we could work on other things, cover other projects. A couple weeks ago, we just said no to the path over by Johnson Health Tech. That was $50,000, and now we're 67 grand for a project that's already costing 16 million. I don't know, it just rankles me a little bit.
I second your sentiment, Chris. But I'm not an engineer, so I'm just curious, you know, isn't that part of the overall process of kind of looking at some of these potentials in the future? And I guess another question I have then is, can we take 67,000 away from the overall police? Take that from another area rather than having to.
Yeah, so just so we're aware, for the overall project budget for instances like this, we have 644,000 set aside. So that's kind of the framework that we are working within. By no means are we expecting to spend that, but that is that contingency that was set aside at the start of the project.
And we set a board policy that you would bring forward any change orders that were over 50,000.
Correct.
For the board to review.
And there were test borings done on the site, but even with that, they can still run into soils that are not meeting standards of that. That's why they're doing that proof roll. So
Correct.
if
You
we
beat me to it.
we delay it, we don't just face the costs of them not working, but eventually you got to move forward. So you either spend this or we risk it. And at that point, the risk is all on us and not on the contractor. Meaning if they start moving forward with the project and we have a bad foundation, the fix for that will be a large six-figure change order. That will be our responsibility.
Yeah. And just like waiting a week, for instance, it's not necessarily going to change, like more drying out of that soil.
Not at
Was
this
it that
point.
the soil got like washed away, or what exactly happened?
There's a lot of aspects to soil. I am not a geotechnical engineer by any means. There's a report in the project overall. They do test borings for different locations. However, that site has sit empty for 20 plus years. So different fill, different characteristics can be placed from when that development was created. You look at very specific locations and you kind of do a general aspect of those soils. Just clayey soils, which is typically good for foundations if you have really, really, really dry weather, and we didn't have dry weather, and you can't predict that, unfortunately. We waited it out as long as we could. I would recommend not continuing to wait because, as Matt said, you do put the risk. And if they did not undercut and we waited a week and we had them continue forward, you're now coming into the question of, okay, do we have to undercut 2 feet and do we have to undercut a way larger area because all of this failed?
And just a general question, kind of going forward, the whole concept of paying them when they're not working. Do we have like rain delays and those kind of things are factored in? Can you just talk to that a little bit?
Yep, so rain delays and rain delays and the schedule are impacted for like any construction schedule. They give us a schedule. If there are rain delays, we aren't gonna make them work. It's back on the back end of the contract. They'd get those days. They try to make them up as much as they can. In this case, they were saying that they could move forward, and then we had a proposal for undercut 2 weeks ago, and they recommended moving forward with it even right after the rain. There's some miscommunication that they did not provide us the details that they were claiming, so they took that back as of today.
So Kyla, can you verify they did take soil samples of that particular area, what you were describing?
They take general soil conditions for the entire site. So it may not be in the exact one location, but they do a general. I think there were 4 or 5 borings that were completed for the site.
All right, this is a discuss and consider.
I have one last comment. Thanks, staff, for pushing back on the extra general contracting delay time, because I think it's, you know, a weather-related delay, and they should really have that built into their timeline. So thanks for bringing that portion to our attention, and I was glad to hear tonight that Riley pulled that part out, so thank you. I guess since my mic's on, then I would make the motion to, this is a long agenda, I gotta make sure I'm on the right, to approve the change order in the amount of, is it not to exceed 77,000?
74,403.
74,403 as presented.
I'll second. All right, motion by Murphy, second by Kel Nelson. Any other discussion on the change order? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. All right, we have reports from village boards, commissions, and committees. First up is Emergency Preparedness Committee. 2 discuss and considers. One is Ordinance 06-2025, amendment to Chapter 36, and then it's the consideration of the Emergency Management Plan. And all of those documents are in the agenda.
I'll just say I appreciate the work that Cindy, you and the chiefs and everybody put into this, and the restructuring of the committee, as well as the plan. I think the one ask that I would have is for us to, when we look at amending Chapter 36 for emergency government, is set a quarterly meeting date for this committee, and I think that's important because we went several years without having our emergency preparedness committee meet, and with the continual development that we have, I think it's important for those plans to be reviewed quarterly. I think of particular big developments, like when Amazon opens, it might be that we have to reevaluate some of the things within our emergency management plan. I also think that meeting quarterly gets everybody on the same page, allows them to plan for drills and practice between the agencies. So I guess I would like to see that tied into, and it could be at least quarterly, but I think we should set some parameter on how often this committee should meet.
I guess I'd push back on that and making changes to the ordinance, but I think that that's something that we could set as direction with that committee, and we could, set those meeting dates as part of the committee and work on those things. Because I don't feel like we need to meet if we don't have those agenda items, and I don't want to restrict us with, or force unnecessary meetings between large groups of people to work on things that we don't need to work on. But I think that in the first meeting, we can set the next meeting and an agenda. And if quarterly becomes kind of the cadence, then that's how it works.
Is that consistent with our other committee descriptions and such, Rick, do you know?
I don't know offhand how we say in every committee. I think some we say meet, like I think for instance our some of our EMS and fire district, I think those agreements say specifically they're supposed to meet at a certain regularity. I don't think we've got the same requirement for other committees in the village, or at least I don't think there's a uniform requirement as far as how often they meet.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. Let's not, mess with the ordinance, but definitely let's try to get a cadence going.
Casey?
I was going to sort of echo your pushback, Cindy, because I believe there's a portion where the board can direct the committee to meet as needed, so I thought that would be sufficient, but it seems like we're there.
Okay. All right, this is discuss and considers.
I would make the motion to approve ordinance 06-2026 regarding amendment of Chapter 36 Emergency Management as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Murphy, second by Severson. Any more discussion on the ordinance? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Heidi, how about B?
Sure, I'm on a roll. I would make the motion to approve the emergency management plan as presented.
Second.
All right,
But I'd like to discuss.
But motion by Murphy, second by Severson. Go ahead.
So I know I asked at the last board meeting that this was up, that we spend some time kind of digging in, and obviously I'm not going to do that tonight because it's after 10. But I'm hoping that, again, when this new committee meets that we just established, I'm hoping to be appointed to it, and that we can just dig into a couple sections that I think just need a little beefing up. But I think a lot of progress has been made from our past plan to this one. So definitely in favor.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. B, Utility Commission. So first up, we have a public hearing. So it's 10:04 p.m. I'll open the public hearing for a water and sewer impact fee ordinance. And now that we're open in a public hearing, I'd ask Cam just to give us a brief review, especially for the new trustees, to kind of just give everyone up to speed on this.
Yeah, just to kind of talk about how this ended up back on the agenda. So after the last action was chosen not to move forward with the public safety, water, and sewer impact fee, the utility chair came to me and had a conversation about, packaging this in a way for at least the water and sewer to be considered independently from the public safety proposed fee. So no new information in front of you today. Because there was enough time between when this was last posted and the ordinance now just reflects the water and sewer, we reposted the public hearing to again allow for public feedback. But nothing has changed from any of the information that was previously presented. So happy to answer for any new trustee or existing any questions here, and then open it up to the public hearing.
Questions, comments from board members? All right, if there's anyone in the audience that would like to give public comments. And if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to give public comments regarding the utility sewer and water impact fee ordinance, you can raise your hand using the react button. Nothing. All right. It's now 10:06, so I'll close the public hearing. We'll move on to B, discuss and consider the ordinance 08-2026, water and sewer impact fees.
I'll make a motion to approve the the water and sewer impact fees as presented.
And I'll second.
All right, motion by Stoa, second by Murphy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. C, Parks, Rec, and Forestry Committee.
All right, thank you. We met on Thursday, April 23rd, and we first approved the minutes, of course, and then we did have a member of the public talk during public comment about some tree maintenance. And so Sean was going to follow up on that. And then we had Trustee Stoa brought forward kind of a brainstorming exercise for the committee to talk about uses for some village-owned properties that maybe we might want to think outside of what they might be used for now, what community might want to see. So one of the suggested things to kind of brainstorm and think about was a dog exercise area that's kind of more accessible to people in their neighborhoods. So we heard from a lot of people that maybe they didn't want to see that for one of the amenities in their neighborhood, and they really appreciate the open space that they have. And so, we kind of talked about some opportunities that we may have in some other areas, or perhaps kind of more of a permanent protection for the area around Farwell Drive and those lots there. So I think it was a good discussion to have because it had been a long time since the community had talked about, just to kind of reaffirm what the vision is there, and that, you know, maybe in some other areas, some of these ideas might work, or piloting a dog barking lot where you could park your dog while you're, you know, helping your kid on the swing or something along those lines. So, you know, we had a brainstorming conversation that kind of reached other areas we weren't really sure about, and I think we're going to keep continuing to look at, you know, what we might want to discuss with the community, what they might want to see in their open spaces that are already existing. I don't know, Chris, if you wanted to add anything else about that? Okay. Then we talked about the Shady Grove Park update. If anyone's driven past the Shady Grove Park, it's under construction. They're laying the AstroTurf, or whatever it looks like, grass down. So they're still on track for a substantial completion date later this month. So I think the neighborhood is very excited about it from what I've heard. And then you may have heard the Miracle League Playground update that's being delayed until, you know, planning next season for that. So we kind of hit the timeline where we needed to get the project done within this year in order to get the surfacing into play, and so we couldn't delay it within the 2026 calendar year. So delayed that until 2027. The playground equipment has been purchased and is in storage, so, you know, the project is continuing to move forward, and hopefully they'll have then right on track to start this time next year. Then Sean's report, getting all the shelters and park spaces online for this upcoming busy season for everyone to enjoy all the amenities. I don't know if, Sean, I think I saw you were online, if there was anything you wanted to add from your report, otherwise it's attached.
Nope, you got it.
And we'll meet again on May 28th.
The Outlook 5, or Outlet 5, that's not in like the prioritization process. Or it had been in the past, correct? And I just was wondering if Parks would maybe consider dropping that from the prioritization, given that there was a lot of feedback from residents in that area.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. There was some talk about like a sign or something, but I don't think that needs to be in a full capital plan. So, yeah, that's something that I think will perhaps be bringing forward on a future agenda on how we might want to permanently like designate that area and with a sign or something along those lines. So there will be more to come on that, but not a major improvement that needs to be in the capital prioritization plan.
Casey, your hands down. You're good?
I was just going to mention the sign thing because I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I was just going to say thank you for kind of dropping it. The one thing I didn't get a chance to say ahead of time was that I was on the board that approved that way back when. And, you know, I think between Diane Wiedenbeck and myself and others, you know, the idea was to keep it kind of a green space right in that area. So I think I appreciate that, you know, you're going along kind of with what the original vision was. So thank you.
I just want to add too that the current dog park by Authentics is in really rough shape, so I don't feel like adding another dog park at this time is a great idea, so I'm glad that the community has spoken as well.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Heidi, I believe during the committee meeting, they also discussed, or Sean might have given an update on, it was the trail, the Oaken Gate Trail that's kind of out, kind of off of progress in there. I know, I was just talking to a fellow resident that's, I would say, a hidden gem that many people are aware that we have a truly like wooded, deep woods trail that is a little bit different of elevation than what Governor Taylor. Sorry. Mine's catching up here in there. So one of the things I would love to see the Parks Committee do is think about ways to kind of publicize that a little bit more, because like I said, it's truly a hidden gem out there.
Yeah, we could add some discussion on Oaken Gate in the future. Thanks.
Moving on to Cottage Grove Fire District Commission.
Yes, so we met on Monday, April 27th. Chief's report, Tender 1 has a bad water gauge, commended Joel Hammond for 48 years of service and Eric Severson of 30 years, which goes back to our great volunteer fire. Update on revisiting the town and village ordinance on the false alarms. Both the town and village have approved that. And the information will be on websites. We discussed the consolidation with, that was discussed this evening as well. So I don't really have anything more to add to that from our meeting. And that was really it. Our next JFC meeting is going to be on May 28th. And I don't think I forgot anything else, unless Cindy, I forgot anything?
No. Any comments or questions?
I guess one thing, the village will be chair starting next meeting for the next year, since we rotate, since some of the, like, that's how the joint committees work, just for newbies.
I believe the town is still doing this month's agenda, but maybe just a little direction to Lisa to reach out in good faith and make sure that that's reality. Okay. Law Enforcement Committee, Chris.
We met on Tuesday, April 28th at Village Hall, approved the minutes, talked about the results, I guess you'd say, for National Drug Take Back Day from April 25th, and got a construction update on the police department's building construction. Talked about the bike rodeo on May 9th at Cottage Grove Elementary School from 9 to 11. We also talked about the Dolphin Swim Academy Safety Day presentation, which has been postponed to a hopeful future date. And then we got the Chiefs reports. And that's pretty much it.
Comments or questions for Chris? All right, reports from village officers, village attorney.
So I have nothing for tonight. Was originally planning on doing something on the truth in planning law, but we didn't have enough on the agenda, so.
Yay, next time.
Yeah, next meeting, so Aaron and I are gonna do something at Plan Commission Wednesday, so that'll be our sort of dress rehearsal, and then we'll give you guys the main event.
Sounds good. We have up next, discuss and consider committee appointments for 2026 vacancies. There's a memo and then my recommendations linked in the agenda.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? So, for instance, like, I believe my term on Public Works is through 27, but I wasn't listed there, so I'm still there.
Yes, you're still there. These are only changes.
Got it.
So if we rearrange, because we do have 7 now, so we can kind of spread it out a little bit more. And then if there were expired appointments, either renewed or new people were added. So if you are on other committees and they're not on here, you're still on those.
Okay.
And then Lisa will come, we have a master spreadsheet and she'll send them out to all of you so that you can double check and make sure you know where you're going.
Make a motion to approve the committee appointments for 2026 as presented.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Murphy, second by Stoa. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Village administrator.
For the new members, I thought it'd be good, and for everyone, good opportunity to go through the tracker one by one tonight.
That's a good idea. Take it away.
No, kidding, of course. Under recognition and celebration, Officer Johnson and our Administrative Services Manager, Callie Weigel, completed a leadership and police organization recently. Chief, if you have any other words, maybe give us some information of what that all entails. But
So it is a leadership course that's put on by the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Originally, it's for the last several years, it's been a 3-week class. They actually redid the format and reduced it down to 2 weeks. So they're packing 3 weeks of knowledge into 2 weeks. It, again, is preparing them for future roles. I have additional officers that are interested in this training for the future. So we got people in the bullpen and warming up. But again, gives them a broader look at organizational leadership.
thanks. And then leading the way with service anniversaries with the village is Sergeant Comstock in the month of May with 15 years, and Sean Brusiger, Director of Parks and Recreation, at 12. So, if there's any, happy to take any questions on the other stuff, but we can also just move on as well.
Any comments or questions for Matt?
I have, I have a question about the substation for Alliant, and so with data centers specifically, has that, is that currently a consideration for the land that's close to Amazon?
Not directly to our knowledge, but that's always possible. There've been one in particular that was looking to do a light industrial park, and as part of that park, one of the 4 buildings was something that they were tossing out there as an idea. And then there was a much larger developer looking at that land plus a whole bunch more. And we don't know what that would be, but you could infer that that's possible. So I think one of the things we should look into doing with the comp plan is figuring out, you know, what to do with data centers in that regard. And we could also look at, if the board wants to, we could, we're seeing other communities looking to doing moratoriums, which you can't do forever, but I think you can do them for a year or something like that, but that could be a future discussion.
Madison has a 1-year moratorium, and just
Yeah.
knowing that there's, obviously at the county level, I'm on the Data Center Advisory Committee, information gathering and then recommendations that would come out until, I mean, we still have like a year's worth of work to do. I'd be in favor of looking into
And regardless,
some type of,
staff will not sign any, we won't be anybody that's gonna sign an NDA or anything like that with any data center. So.
Okay, good, thank you. I
Yeah.
was curious what type of possible industrial developers are specific industrial developers are looking at in that area, and
Yeah.
why the Alliance substation is being proposed.
Mm-hmm. That was the only specific of those 4 buildings of an industrial park that was told. Otherwise, it was pretty general in nature as far as the types of uses. But.
Casey? Oh, sorry.
No, Casey probably had his hand up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Casey.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Matt, on in regards to, I mean, ones you've had, or I guess also tying once again back into the truth in planning law. I don't know if you know off the top of your head or if this needs to get researched, but is there, with our current zoning and stuff like that, were a developer like that to submit a proposal that met all the zoning commissions, could a data center go through by right?
It's a good question for Aaron, probably, but I don't know if you.
Yeah, and I kind of want to, I guess, I don't want to get too far down this just because it's not on the agenda.
Sure.
Yeah, so maybe just limit the data center discussion until there's
Fair
an actual
enough, fair
agenda to
enough.
talk.
Maybe, and after your presentation on the truth in planning law as well. So I'll
I can
keep it
say
in
the
mind. Thanks.
truth in planning law applies specifically to residential densities, not everything.
Also good to know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the tracker?
I just want to go back to the substation for a second because it has been an issue for like a number of years because we're like covered on the, like it's like a donut hole the way they described it. So our substations are kind of on the outside and then the inside is like relying on the reliability. So to like bridge that gap. And they've been making a lot of upgrades on the other one. I don't know if that's impacted their need for the, like, I guess when was the last time you heard from Alliant about this? It's been a while, I think.
It doesn't solve the donut hole issue. You are correct. The middle of the village is underserved with, and you know, long term they're gonna, or somewhat near term, they need to figure something out. And they've been in the last handful of months have at least re-engaged with staff on, you know, and we gave them, I don't know, homework of 4 to 6 different sites that in theory we think could work, but it's really up to them to do their due diligence. But probably the best one for the donut hole problem would be on a relatively small parcel directly behind the Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, all to like build redundancy in the system, so no one's without power for a long time if a different station went down. So hopefully they decide on a site, because you don't want to have that problem when it actually happens. You want to prevent it, so thank you.
All right. Let's move on to discuss and consider the 2027 budget timeline.
All right, just from a process perspective, the budget timeline that you see in front of you today has only one modification from last year. Through some discussion and recommendation, there was an item added, highlighted in yellow here, which is Budget Review Committee, Pre-Financial Management Plan Workshop, Review Cost and Continuing Assumptions, Debt Management, and Fee Schedules. The remaining items on here are simply just a carry forward from the prior year. So what I kind of envisioning, regardless if we pass this timeline today, is at the next board meeting, the board, and if we have to push back that May 27th date, but the board defines what is expected in that meeting or subsequent meetings, just to make sure that there's clear expectations for the Budget Review Committee as we kind of get into the budget cycle. And again, just some suggestions that were part of earlier discussions. There is one date with a meeting conflict, and it's the same meeting conflict we have every year, and that's with Joint Fire. Joint Fire is on October 26th. So we just ask that, work with our partners and make sure that meeting date is either canceled or rescheduled for that day. Other than that, I can open up to questions.
So we'll have opportunity to perhaps at that May 27th meeting also, like for instance, my idea of the debt reduction committee, and a lot of the residents and board members said we already have a budget review. So would that meeting be the appropriate place to also schedule perhaps additional budget review meetings in June, July, September to tackle different aspects of looking at compensation and benefits or debt reduction or those kind of things like?
Yeah, I think, and part of the reason why I think kind of just introducing this topic today is kind of making sure everybody is like, okay, is this an item that we want to continue with? But then again, a lot of what Matt and I have developed in this process is based off of mission, vision, value. So driving like what that whole budget process looks like, that feeds from something that we're going to also approve next meeting. So making sure it's kind of that cohesive. Looking at it, May 27th is probably aggressive to have that first discussion, considering if we approve it at the May 18th, whatever that day is. That doesn't give a ton of time to kind of do some homework with the committee members. But yes, I think next meeting would be a good opportunity to have discussion about what the board's expectations is.
I would make the motion to approve the 2027 budget timeline.
I'll second. Motion by Murphy, second by Cal Nelson. Any other discussion? In addition to the figuring out the fire meeting time and adjusting the schedule, can you please also, Cameron, send our budget timeline to all of our community partners? Because I know that last year there was some questions about it.
Yep, I will get that sent out tomorrow to our partners, making sure that it's just clear and abundant. I also plan on going to each committee and talking about what the process is and what's being expected from a capital perspective and operating perspective, just to make sure it gets communicated out.
All right, thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Communication and miscellaneous business, consider approval of vouchers with the bills list in the agenda.
Move approval of the vouchers as presented.
Second.
Motion by Murphy, second by Severson. Any other discussion on the bills list? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Correspondence. Anyone have anything?
I don't know if the full board has received correspondence from Chris Williams, who's a town of Sun Prairie resident. I don't know if we all did. Okay. So she sent correspondence regarding the Amazon meeting that was held on Thursday night, with some follow-up questions and items. I know I received a couple emails, but, Casey and I attended that meeting, so, I don't know if staff received them, if we should forward them on. Okay.
Yeah, we see them.
Okay.
She sent them pretty much everyone in Dane County, I think.
Okay.
And it said
Yeah.
Dane County is
And the state.
spearheads the project, so they should be the responder.
Of course. I just wanted to mention that we
Yeah,
received
yeah,
that
yes.
correspondence.
Yeah, and I think the state DOT as well is on there, so.
Had a lovely email from, about Jason Anderson and moving wind-blown playground equipment and helping residents out, which was very nice. Yes, out of a pond, so. All right,
And
anyone else?
the resident noted how they kind of investigated, maybe trying to do it on their own, and it was not
just-
budging, and they were super surprised how quick they were home, and they thought they were would have been able to notice, and all of a sudden it was just gone, so they were very thankful to staff for that.
Jason did say that he was surprised that they didn't hear because the beeping of the equipment that they used is quite loud, so.
All right, anything else? Upcoming community events, we already heard, but Chief, you wanna tell us again?
I'll plug the bike rodeo this coming Saturday, 9 to 11 at Cottage Grove Elementary.
Doesn't the police department have a blood drive coming up too?
Well, yes, we do. That'll be on Wednesday, May 6th. I believe it's 2 to 6 in the afternoon. Anybody that wishes to donate, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, future agenda items.
I think on Saturday, there's the card cruise Lions Club event as well.
Anything else we're missing? May's wild. I think it is for the busiest month. Future agenda items.
I got two things. One, the capital prioritization guidelines will come to the next agenda, similar with the mission, vision, value. Secondly, with the recent bad weather, and just things that we've seen posted on the village's website, one of the things that I discussed at the last staff meeting was potentially granting an emergency waiver for people who are submitting requests for re-roofs. I want to make it very clear we make no money on that, but the message is we want to make sure that it's a licensed contractor, that it's reliable. So giving some type of authority, whether that be the village president or the emergency management director or something, as an avenue to extend a period of time that we can waive the $65 re-roof fee, just to make sure that our residents aren't getting taken advantage of by contractors or contractors that come in out of state.
And just for property records too, when someone's, even someone's looking to buy a home, to have reliable property records that they can see when a roof was replaced, instead of maybe just taking someone's word for it or the like. But like Cameron mentioned, it's not sent out there as a reason to collect money. It's more to make sure we have all proper information.
Which will lead into a broader discussion on building permit fees in general, just taking a look to see if what we're doing is consistent across other municipalities. Because as we were doing some of the research with impact fees and building permit costs, there are some things that jumped out that certainly warrant some investigation. So more to come.
And like Cameron mentioned, mission, vision, values. And I know that staff have a survey that Inga sent out today too, so they can all weigh in on those 3 things and give us feedback too if we want to make any changes. And then going off of, some of the conversation much earlier tonight, coming up with some kind of like board guidelines. So I'll probably maybe tap into Matt and Rick and work on some guidelines to bring forward for your consideration at the next meeting.
We can try to reach out to some other municipalities and see what else is out there, so we're not recreating the wheel or anything like that.
And then Rick, open records, best practices was also on your list.
Yes, we'll see how the agenda shakes out. It was on my list to do next meeting, but bumped because of I'm off schedule now. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I think just the addition of what we were talking about with Cameron about like tasks for the budget review committee or additional meetings, just some direction from the board on that.
And the emergency government appointments for the committee restructure. And a data center moratorium.
I second that. Let's get her on there. Seriously.
I am actually serious about it too.
So am I.
Maybe, Rick, we can touch base on what we can legally and.
Yes, other communities are looking at this, so we'll see if we can get something for the next meeting. It might be the meeting after.
Okay. Anything else for future agenda items? Nice long list. All right, we've got a couple of things to read. So moving on to number 12 and 13. So these are the 2 closed session items. So I'd make a motion of the first. So 12 is for entering into closed session for terms and parameters regarding contractor services to update the comp plan as discussed in item 8B. So I make the motion, or can I just do them both at once? Rick?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can include both of those in the motion.
So item 13 is closed session to discuss and consider potential acquisition of TID 9 property as discussed in item 8F. So I'll make the motion that the Village of Cottage Grove Village Board will enter into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 19.85, paren 1, paren E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Murphy, and a roll call vote.
Benzo. Aye. Erlinson.
Aye.
Kel Nelson.
Aye.
Murphy.
Aye.
Severson.
Aye.
Stoa.
Yes.
Villavicencio.
Aye.
All right, we're in closed.